If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. In the heart of Eldridge Hollow, a town cloaked in mist and mystery, Lena stepped out of her car, clutching a bundle of paintbrushes and a faded sketchbook. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, the kind of crispness that sent shivers down her spine. She gazed up at her new home, a grand Victorian house that seemed to loom over her, its windows like dark eyes staring into her soul. Lena had sought this place as an escape, a sanctuary where she could find inspiration for her art. But as she crossed the threshold, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if the house was a living entity, welcoming her yet hiding secrets within its walls. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the weight of years gone by. Dust motes danced in the sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. She set her belongings down in the dimly lit living room, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and anxiety. The ornate wallpaper, peeling at the edges, whispered stories of the past, and Lena felt an urge to unravel them. As night fell, she lit candles to ward off the encroaching shadows. The soft glow illuminated her easel, and she began to paint, a vibrant landscape inspired by the haunting beauty of the surrounding woods. But as she dipped her brush into the paint, a faint sound interrupted her concentration. At first, it was barely noticeable, a soft, rhythmic noise that seemed to echo through the silence. Lena paused, her brush hovering above the canvas, straining to identify the sound. It was almost like breathing. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought as her imagination running wild. It was just the house settling, she told herself. Yet, as she continued to paint, the sound grew louder, more pronounced, reverberating through the stillness. It sent chills down her spine. "Get a grip, Lena," she muttered under her breath, but her heart raced. She set down her brush and ventured into the dim hallways of the house, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the walls. The sound intensified, echoing from somewhere deep within the house, like a ghostly whisper. Lena felt a mixture of fear and intrigue. She followed the sound, her pulse quickening with each step, until she found herself standing before a closed door at the end of the hall. Taking a deep breath, she reached for the doorknob. The moment her hand made contact, the breathing ceased, plunging the house into an uncomfortable silence. She hesitated, a sense of dread creeping in, but curiosity pushed her forward. With a firm grip, she twisted the knob and opened the door, revealing a dark, empty room that smelled of mildew and forgotten memories. "Hello," she called into the void, her voice echoing back at her. But there was no answer. Just as she was about to retreat, the faint sound returned, now almost a whisper, wrapping around her like a chilling embrace. It felt as if the house itself was alive, holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Lena backed away slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. She returned to her easel, determined to push aside her unease and focus on her art. Yet, as she painted, the breathing sound lingered in the background, a haunting reminder that something was waiting for her to uncover, something buried deep within the shadows of her new home. Morning light streamed through the dusty windows, filtering into the Victorian house and casting a warm glow on Lena's canvas. Yet, despite the brightness, an undercurrent of unease clung to the air. The breathing sound had subsided with the dawn, but its memory lingered like a ghost in the back of her mind. Determined to shake off the remnants of her anxiety, Lena ventured into town, hoping to meet the locals and gather inspiration. Eldridge Hollow was small and quaint, with charming shops lining the streets, but it held a palpable air of mystery. As she wandered, she felt the eyes of the townsfolk on her, curious, perhaps even wary. At the town's small cafe, she struck up a conversation with Margaret, the barista. Her warm smile and easy laughter eased Lena's apprehension. After a few pleasantries, Lena decided to probe into the town's history. "I just moved into the old Victorian house at the edge of town," Lena mentioned casually, observing Margaret's reaction. Margaret's expression shifted slightly, the smile fading. "Ah, the Holloway house. It's beautiful, but it has quite the reputation," she replied, her voice dropping to a whisper. "People say it's haunted." "Haunted?" Lena laughed, half joking. You mean like ghost stories? More than that, Margaret said, glancing around as if afraid someone might overhear. Margaret Holloway, the last owner, lost her family many years ago. No one knows what happened to them, but it left her changed. She spent her last days alone in that house before disappearing herself. Lena's heart raced as she absorbed Margaret's words. The name felt eerily familiar, the same as the letters she had found in the trunk. What happened to her? She asked, leaning in closer. Rumor has it she started to hear things, voices, whispers, even breathing. Some say she went mad. Margaret paused, her eyes searching Lena's. You should be careful. The past can haunt a person in unexpected ways. Thanking Margaret for her insight, Lena left the cafe with a heavy heart. The stories resonated with the breathing sound she had heard, weaving together a tapestry of loss and despair. She returned home, her mind racing with questions. That evening, Lena made a decision. She would explore the attic again, hoping to find more clues about Margaret Holloway and the secrets that lingered in her home. As she climbed the creaky stairs, the air grew cooler, wrapping around her like a chilling embrace. The attic was dimly lit by the setting sun, shadows stretching across the floor like long-forgotten memories. Lena rummaged through old boxes filled with moth-eaten clothes, dusty toys, and faded photographs. Among them, she found a framed picture of a woman with striking features, Margaret Holloway. The resemblance was uncanny. Lena felt a strange connection to her, as if they were kindred spirits tied together by fate. As she turned the photo over, a small envelope fell out, yellowed and brittle. Inside were letters addressed to Margaret from her family, filled with love and longing. As Lena read through the words, a haunting sense of loss washed over her. They spoke of happier times, plans for family gatherings, and dreams of the future, all abruptly cut short by a tragic fate. Suddenly, the breathing sound returned, louder this time, echoing through the attic. Lena's heart raced as she glanced around, the walls seeming to close in on her. She dropped the letters and rushed back downstairs, her breath coming in quick gasps. Back in the living room, Lena sank onto the couch, trying to calm her racing heart. The sound of breathing was relentless now, a haunting reminder of Margaret's sorrow. She felt an overwhelming urge to understand what had happened, but fear held her back. What do you want from me? Lena whispered into the silence, but the house offered no answers, only the echo of a lonely breath that seemed to resonate with her own. That night, she lay in bed, the breathing sound a constant presence in her mind. Sleep eluded her as she wrestled with her thoughts, the weight of Margaret's story heavy on her chest. Perhaps if she uncovered the truth, the breathing would cease, and she could finally find peace in her new home. The sun broke through the horizon, casting golden light across Lena's room and dispelling the lingering shadows of the night. Though the morning felt brighter, the weight of her discoveries pressed down on her as she grappled with the stories of Margaret Holloway and the chilling sound that had invaded her life. Determined to confront the mystery head-on, Lena decided to delve deeper into the history of Eldridge Hollow and its enigmatic past. After a quick breakfast, she returned to the town library, now armed with a notebook and a list of questions. The elderly librarian, Evelyn, was sorting through stacks of dusty books when Lena approached her, a mix of trepidation and excitement coursing through her veins. "Excuse me, Evelyn," Lena began, her voice steady but eager. "I've been hearing some strange things about the Holloway house. I'd like to learn more about its history, specifically about Margaret Holloway." Evelyn's eyes narrowed slightly, and she regarded Lena with a mix of curiosity and concern. "That house holds many secrets, my dear," she said, her voice low. "Margaret was a well-respected member of this community until tragedy struck. Her family disappeared without a trace, and she was never the same after that." Lena listened intently as Evelyn recounted the details. Margaret had been a vibrant woman, known for her kindness and artistic spirit. But after the disappearance of her husband and children, she withdrew into herself, retreating into the shadows of her home. Rumors began to swirl. People claimed to have seen her wandering the streets at night, lost in a world of her own. Many believe she went mad, Evelyn whispered, glancing around as if the walls themselves were listening. Some say she still roams that house, waiting for her family to return. A chill ran down Lena's spine as she absorbed the weight of Evelyn's words. The breathing sound she had heard echoed in her mind, as if the house itself was alive with the sorrow of its former resident. "Do you think it could be your spirit?" Lena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Evelyn's gaze softened. "There are many things in this world that we do not understand. Spirits can linger when they have unfinished business. If Margaret's family did not find peace, neither may she." Feeling a surge of determination, Lena thanked Evelyn and left the library with a sense of purpose. She needed to find a way to communicate with Margaret, to understand the story that had been buried in the dust of time. Perhaps the breathing was a cry for help, a plea from a soul trapped between worlds. That evening, Lena set up her camera in the living room, determined to capture the source of the sound that had haunted her since moving in. She cleared the area, arranging candles in a circle, their flickering flames casting long shadows across the walls. With her heart racing, she spoke into the stillness. "If you are here, Margaret, I want to help you. Please show me that you're with me." For what felt like hours, Lena waited, her breath shallow, the room thick with anticipation. Then, as if the house had exhaled, the breathing sound returned, gentle, almost melodic, weaving in and out of the silence. The sound seemed to emanate from the very walls, wrapping around her like a chilling embrace. Just then, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness before returning to their previous dim glow. Lena felt a surge of adrenaline as she focused the camera, hoping to capture something, anything, that might explain the phenomena. She could hear her heart pounding in her chest, the room growing colder as the breathing intensified. "Margaret," she called, her voice trembling. "What happened to you? Where is your family?" In response, the breathing grew more frantic, a rush of air echoing through the room as if answering her questions. Lena's heart raced as the sound morphed into something more tangible, a whispering echo that seemed to beckon her. She felt an overwhelming urge to follow the sound, her instincts pushing her toward the hallway that led to the attic. With the camera still rolling, she stepped cautiously into the darkened hallway, the breathing growing louder with each step. The shadows danced around her, and as she reached the attic door, it creaked open slightly, inviting her in. Taking a deep breath, Lena pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, and the breath of the house surrounded her like a fog. She raised the camera, capturing the eerie atmosphere, when suddenly, she felt a cold gust of wind sweep through the room. The breath of the house seemed to grow agitated, swirling around her, and Lena's pulse quickened. "Show me what you want me to see," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper. And then, amidst the swirling shadows, she noticed something, an old, ornate mirror leaning against the far wall, its surface clouded with grime. But within the murkiness, she could swear she saw a fleeting image, a figure that resembled Margaret standing behind her. Lena's breath caught in her throat, the air around her thickening with emotion. Was this a trick of the light? Or had she truly connected with the spirit of the woman whose presence haunted her? "Margaret, is that you?" Lena whispered, her heart pounding, but the mirror remained clouded, and as she blinked, the image vanished, leaving her alone in the chilling silence once more. Lena stood frozen in front of the mirror, her heart racing as the cold air swirled around her. The fleeting image of Margaret had felt so real, so close, yet it vanished just as quickly, leaving only shadows in its wake. The realization washed over her. This was not merely a haunting, it was a call to action, a confrontation with the past that demanded to be addressed. Gathering her courage, Lena stepped closer to the mirror, wiping away layers of dust with trembling fingers. She could see her reflection staring back, but the emptiness in her eyes mirrored the sorrow that hung in the air. "What do you want from me?" she asked softly, her voice almost drowned out by the heavy silence. The breathing sound returned, now more frantic and desperate. Lena felt a surge of empathy, a connection to the spirit trapped within the walls of her home. It was as if Margaret's essence was reaching out, pleading for someone to uncover the truth behind her family's disappearance. With newfound determination, Lena turned away from the mirror and focused on her task. She had to learn more about what had happened to Margaret's family and why she was still here, bound to this place by grief. She returned to her easel and began sketching furiously, capturing the essence of the woman she had glimpsed. Each stroke was filled with the emotion she felt, an artist's representation of a life marked by loss. As she worked, the breathing grew louder, wrapping around her like a shroud. It pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, filling the room with an almost palpable energy. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, plunging her into darkness once more. Lena felt a surge of panic, her instincts screaming at her to flee. But deep down, she knew she couldn't run. She had to face whatever was haunting her. "Show me what happened," Lena shouted into the darkness, her voice echoing off the walls. "I want to understand." The air grew thick with tension, and for a moment, everything went silent. Then, the breathing transformed into a series of whispers, a cacophony of voices intertwining and fading. Lena strained to listen, heart pounding as she tried to discern the words. It was as if the house was alive, recounting its tragic history. "Help lost, remember." The voices floated through the air, words tumbling over one another like waves crashing against the shore. Lena's pulse quickened as she recognized the urgency in their tone. They were cries for help, fragments of memories woven into the fabric of the house. Determined to uncover the truth, Lena grabbed her camera and turned it on, hoping to capture whatever was about to unfold. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. She focused the lens on the mirror, feeling a magnetic pull toward its surface. As she recorded, she began to see shapes emerging from the shadows, a silhouette that mirrored her own but was layered with another form, a woman's figure flickering just behind her. Lena gasped, the realization hitting her like a tidal wave. "Margaret!" In that instant, the air became electrified, and the whispers crescendoed into a chaotic storm of sound. Lena could feel the energy swirling around her, pulling her closer to the mirror. It was as if Margaret's spirit was desperately trying to communicate, to reveal the truth that had bound her to the house. "Show me," Lena pleaded, her voice barely audible over the chaos. Suddenly, the mirror's surface shimmered, and the whispers coalesced into a singular image, a vision of a family, once vibrant and full of life, frozen in time. Margaret, her husband, and 2 children stood together, smiling, their faces radiating joy. But as Lena's heart swelled with hope, the image darkened, shadows creeping in around them. The family began to fade, replaced by scenes of despair. Lena watched in horror as the shadows engulfed them, the smiles twisting into expressions of fear. She could hear Margaret's voice now, echoing in the depths of her mind. "Help me find them. I can't let go." Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, Lena stepped back from the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest. The breathing sound intensified, a desperate cry for resolution. "I will help you, I promise," she shouted, her resolve solidifying as she stared into the depths of the mirror. The atmosphere shifted, the energy around her vibrating with anticipation. Lena knew she had to dig deeper, to uncover the secrets that had been buried for far too long. She couldn't ignore the pain of a woman who had lost everything. She had to find the truth behind the Holloway's disappearance. As she turned away from the mirror, determination surged within her. The breathing sound persisted, now softer, almost a sigh of relief. Lena felt a connection to Margaret, a sense of understanding. The confrontation had begun, and the path forward was clearer than ever. With the camera still rolling, she whispered to the air, "I'll uncover your story, Margaret. I won't let you suffer in silence anymore." The house seemed to respond, the breathing fading into a gentle hum, a promise that together, they would unravel the past. The following day dawned bright and clear, but Lena felt a weight in the air that hinted at the secrets still buried within the Holloway house. The vision from the mirror haunted her thoughts, those fleeting moments of joy before the shadows consumed the family. The more she learned, the more determined she became to find answers. Lena started her day with a visit to the local archives, a small, dusty room within the town hall filled with old records and newspaper clippings. As she entered, she was greeted by the familiar figure of Evelyn, who seemed to sense Lena's urgency. Back again, I see, Evelyn said with a knowing smile. Searching for more secrets? Yes, Lena replied, her voice steady. I need to know more about the Holloways. What happened to Margaret's family? Why did she end up alone? Evelyn nodded, her expression turning serious. You're diving into dark waters, my dear. But if you must know, I can help you find the information you seek. Together, they pored over old newspapers, dusting off brittle pages filled with stories of love, tragedy, and loss. Each article painted a picture of a once thriving family whose presence had brightened Eldridge Hollow, only to be dimmed by a sudden, inexplicable disappearance. One article caught Lena's eye. Holloway family goes missing. The town is left in shock. The piece detailed how, one fateful night, Margaret's husband and children had vanished without a trace, leaving her alone in a home filled with memories. Lena felt a chill as she read the words, the implications weighing heavily on her heart. Margaret was never the same after they disappeared, Evelyn explained softly. They say she began to hear voices, whispering to her from the shadows. It drove her deeper into her grief, and eventually, she disappeared too. Lena's mind raced. The breathing she had heard, the whispers in the mirror. Could they be the voices of Margaret's family, calling out to her? She scribbled down the details, her thoughts racing with possibilities. What about the night they disappeared? Did anyone see anything unusual? Lena asked, her heart pounding with anticipation. Evelyn rifled through a stack of clippings and pulled out another article, her expression grave. There were reports of strange lights coming from the Holloway house that night, glows that flickered in the windows. Some claimed they heard a commotion, but when the police arrived, the house was silent. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The chilling account sent shivers down Lena's spine. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and the urgency of the situation heightened her resolve. She needed to go back to the house, to the attic, and confront whatever had taken Margaret's family away. That evening, Lena returned home, the weight of the town's history pressing down on her. She climbed the stairs to the attic, her pulse quickening as she stepped into the dim light. The mirror beckoned to her, a portal to the past that held the key to understanding. As she stood before it, the breathing sound returned, now softer, almost sorrowful. Lena took a deep breath, steadied herself, and spoke. If you are here, please help me understand what happened to you and your family. Show me the truth. The mirror shimmered, the surface rippling like water, and as she peered closer, images began to materialize. She saw flashes of the family, Margaret and her husband laughing, the children playing in the garden, their faces bright with joy. But then the scene shifted. Darkness enveloped them, a heavy fog rolling in, obscuring the light of their happiness. Suddenly, the mirror displayed a scene she hadn't anticipated. A dark figure loomed behind Margaret in the shadows, its presence ominous and foreboding. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she strained to hear the whispers, urgent, frantic. Help us! Help her! As the scene twisted and turned, Lena felt a connection to the figure. The image morphed, revealing a man with familiar features, the same face she had seen in the photographs of the Holloway family. Please, I need to know what happened, Lena cried, desperate for clarity. With a rush, the vision cleared, and she saw a dark room filled with flickering candles, the air thick with tension. A sense of dread filled Lena's heart as she realized that Margaret had been performing some sort of ritual, a desperate attempt to reach her family, to bring them back from whatever fate had befallen them. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The mirror darkened, and Lena felt a powerful force surge through her. The whispers grew louder, converging into a single voice. You must break this cycle. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed her, and Lena staggered back, the mirror's surface rippling violently. She stumbled away, her mind racing as the realization hit her. This was not just a simple haunting. Margaret's family was still trapped, bound to the house, lost in a cycle of grief and longing. The breathing sound morphed into something new, a low, mournful wail that echoed through the attic. Lena's heart ached for Margaret and her family. They were crying out for release. Gathering her courage, she stepped back toward the mirror, her hands trembling. I will help you, she vowed, her voice steady. "I will find a way to free you and your family." With her newfound determination, Lena realized she needed to uncover the truth of that fateful night, to confront the darkness that had taken hold of the Holloways. But the path forward was fraught with danger, and she could sense that she was on the brink of a revelation that would change everything. The nights grew longer in Eldridge Hollow, the atmosphere thickening with an impending sense of doom. Lena could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her, as if the very walls were alive with secrets waiting to be uncovered. With each passing moment, she felt more entwined in Margaret Holloway's tragic story, and the urgency to confront the darkness that had ensnared the family was becoming unbearable. After a restless night, filled with fragmented dreams of the Holloways, Lena rose early, her mind buzzing with ideas. She needed to research the ritual she had glimpsed in the mirror, to understand the nature of the darkness that had claimed Margaret's family. Determined to find answers, Lena returned to the library and began searching through old texts on local folklore, supernatural events, and any historical accounts of rituals performed in Eldridge Hollow. Her fingers traced the spines of dusty books, each one a potential key to the truth she sought. Hours passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lena stumbled upon a book titled Echoes of the Past, Eldridge Hollow's Dark History. Its pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with accounts of the town's troubled past and its connection to the supernatural. One entry caught her eye, an account of a ritual performed by a grieving mother, seeking to reunite with her lost children. "The Ritual of the Forgotten," Lena read aloud, her voice echoing softly in the empty library. "It is said that those who attempt this ritual must confront the shadows of their past, face the darkness that took their loved ones, and find a way to break the cycle of grief." Lena's heart raced as she absorbed the information. This was it, the key to freeing Margaret and her family. But the words weighed heavily on her. The ritual required a personal sacrifice, a confrontation with one's own demons. The thought sent shivers down her spine. As she gathered her notes, Lena felt a presence behind her, a chill that crept up her back. She turned to find Evelyn watching her, a concerned expression etched on her face. "You've uncovered something significant, haven't you?" she asked, her voice low. "Yes," Lena admitted, her heart racing. "I believe I know how to help Margaret, but it won't be easy. I'll have to perform the Ritual of the Forgotten." Evelyn's expression darkened. "That ritual is dangerous. It's not just about helping Margaret. It's about confronting what took her family. You must be prepared for whatever darkness lies ahead." Determined, Lena nodded. She couldn't turn back now. She had already committed to helping the Holloways, no matter the cost. As she left the library, the weight of the town's history bore down on her. She felt the eyes of the past watching her, waiting for her to make her next move. That evening, under the light of a crescent moon, Lena returned to the Holloway house. She set up her camera in the attic, creating a circle of candles as she had before. The atmosphere crackled with energy, the air thick with anticipation. "Margaret," Lena called into the stillness, her voice firm but tinged with empathy. "I'm here to help you. I'm going to perform the ritual to bring your family back." The breathing sound returned, wrapping around her like a shroud. It felt more urgent this time, as if Margaret was aware of Lena's intentions. As Lena lit the candles, the flames flickered wildly, casting long shadows across the walls. She closed her eyes, focusing on the memories of the family she had glimpsed, their joy, their laughter, the love that had once filled the house. "I call upon the spirits of the Holloway family," she declared, her voice steady. "If you can hear me, please guide me through this ritual. I want to free you from the shadows that bind you." With each word, the energy in the room intensified. The breathing grew louder, reverberating through the walls, resonating with the sorrow of the past. Lena felt the room begin to shift, the air thickening around her as the shadows deepened. "Margaret, you must confront what took you away from your family," Lena urged, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "You must face the darkness that claimed them." Suddenly, the mirror shimmered, the surface rippling like water as visions began to swirl. Lena's heart raced as she beheld Margaret standing in the attic, a ghostly figure consumed by grief. Tears streamed down her face, her expression filled with anguish. "Margaret," I'm here for you, Lena whispered, reaching out toward the apparition. You need to confront the shadows of your past. You must face them to find peace. In response, the mirror darkened, and the air grew thick with tension. Lena felt a surge of fear, a chill that sank deep into her bones. The breathing sound intensified, morphing into a cacophony of voices, a desperate plea for release. Help us! Help her! The voices cried out, merging into a single chorus of anguish. Lena's heart ached at the pain resonating in the room. Suddenly, the mirror cracked, the surface fracturing under the weight of the emotions swirling around them. Lena felt a pull, a dark force tugging at her soul as she faced the shadows swirling in the corner of the attic. Margaret, you have to fight back, Lena shouted, feeling the energy surge around her. Your family is waiting for you. The shadows coalesced into a figure, an ominous presence that seemed to absorb the light around it. Lena's breath hitched in her throat as she faced the darkness, the embodiment of the pain and loss that had consumed the Holloway family. Leave her alone, Lena cried, her voice echoing through the attic. You have no power here. As she confronted the figure, the breathing sound morphed into a single voice, deep and resonant. You think you can save her? She belongs to the shadows now. Panic rose within Lena, but she refused to back down. No, Margaret deserves to be free. I will not let you take her. With a surge of strength, Lena called upon the memories of joy she had seen in the mirror. Margaret, remember the love of your family. Remember who you are. The shadows flickered, and for a brief moment, Lena saw Margaret's face, determined and filled with hope. I can't let them go, the apparition whispered, her voice breaking. I can't face the truth of their loss. You must confront it, Margaret, Lena urged, feeling the energy of the room shift. You are stronger than this darkness. Your family is waiting for you. They need you to let go. As Lena spoke, the figure of the darkness writhed, the air crackling with tension. She could feel the weight of the ritual pressing down on her, the need to break the cycle of grief becoming more urgent. Help me, Margaret pleaded, her voice trembling. Help me break free. Lena felt a surge of energy flow through her, connecting her to the spirit of the woman who had lost everything. Together, we can do this, she said, her voice steady. Let's confront the darkness together. The figure of shadows loomed closer, and with a final surge of will, Lena raised her hands, summoning the energy of the room. I command you to release her. You have no power over her anymore. The darkness surged forward, and in that moment, Lena felt a rush of energy explode from her, illuminating the attic. The shadows recoiled, the figure dissipating into wisps of smoke, the cries of anguish transforming into a harmonious sigh. Margaret, Lena called, her voice filled with determination. This is your moment. You must let go. With a final breath, the shadows vanished, leaving only the warmth of the candlelight and the echo of the family's laughter resonating through the room. Lena collapsed to the floor, breathless, her heart racing as she opened her eyes to find the attic illuminated by a gentle glow. Margaret stood before her, a radiant figure free from the chains of grief. Tears streamed down her face, but now they were tears of relief. Thank you, Margaret whispered, her voice a soft echo. You have freed me. As the ethereal glow enveloped the attic, Lena felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. The weight of grief that had once burdened the air began to lift, leaving behind a serene silence. Margaret's spirit stood before Lena, a radiant figure exuding both relief and gratitude, and in that moment, Lena understood the magnitude of what she had accomplished. Margaret, Lena breathed, her voice trembling with emotion. You're free now. Your family, are they with you? Margaret smiled softly, the sorrow in her eyes giving way to a flicker of hope. They are at peace at last. You've broken the cycle of despair that bound us. Lena felt her heart swell with warmth. The mirror, once a vessel of darkness and loss, now glimmered with a newfound light. The shadows that had haunted the attic for so long seemed to dissipate, leaving only a lingering sense of joy that echoed in the corners of the room. But as she basked in this moment of victory, a flicker of doubt crept into Lena's mind. What about you? Are you truly at peace? Margaret's expression grew serious, the glow around her flickering like candlelight. I am free from the chains of my sorrow, but my story must be shared. The darkness we faced was not just my own. It lives on in those who mourn without closure. The air grew heavy with the weight of her words, and Lena felt a shiver run down her spine. You mean there are others? Yes, Margaret replied, her voice echoing like a distant whisper. Others who are still trapped in their grief, who need the light to guide them out of the shadows. You have the power to help them, Lena. The enormity of Margaret's revelation hit Lena like a tidal wave. But how? I'm just one person. How can I possibly reach them all? By sharing our story, Margaret urged, her voice filled with conviction. By using your voice to remind others that they are not alone in their suffering, you can help them confront their grief and find their way back to the light. The attic shimmered as Margaret's words resonated deep within Lena's soul. The idea of sharing the Holloway story filled her with a sense of purpose she had never known before. I will do it, Lena vowed, her heart racing with determination. I will tell your story and help others find peace. Margaret's smile widened, the glow around her intensifying. Thank you, dear one. But know this. Darkness is persistent. It may come for you as well. A chill swept through the attic as her words hung in the air, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Lena felt a flicker of fear, but she pushed it aside. She had come too far to turn back now. I won't let it consume me, Lena declared, her voice firm. I have to be strong, for you and for everyone else who needs hope. Strength is found in vulnerability, Margaret replied gently. Embrace your fears, and they will guide you. But remember, you are not alone in this fight. With a final, lingering gaze, Margaret began to fade, her spirit dissolving into a cascade of shimmering light. Lena felt a surge of emotion as she watched the figure of the woman who had once been so burdened by grief transform into a symbol of hope. Thank you, Margaret, Lena whispered, her heart aching with a mix of sorrow and gratitude. Thank you for trusting me. The attic was now quiet, the flickering candlelight casting gentle shadows against the walls. Lena felt a sense of peace settle around her, but the weight of Margaret's words lingered in her mind. She had a mission to fulfill, a promise to keep. With newfound purpose, Lena gathered her notes and prepared to share the Holloway story with the world. She envisioned a video that would not only document her experiences, but also connect with others who might be grappling with their own grief. The journey had awakened something deep within her, a passion for storytelling that could heal. As she began crafting her video, Lena felt the pull of the darkness that had once claimed the Holloways. The memories of the attic haunted her, but now they were intertwined with a sense of hope and resilience. She would share the truth of what had happened, the importance of facing grief, and the power of love that transcended even death. Days turned into weeks as Lena poured her heart into the project. Each video segment felt like a cathartic release, a way to honor Margaret and her family while reaching out to those still trapped in their pain. She interviewed locals, gathered stories, and pieced together the history of Eldridge Hollow, a tapestry of love, loss, and the enduring human spirit. But as her project progressed, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was still watching, waiting for her to falter. In quiet moments, she felt the shadows creeping closer, whispering doubts and fears that threatened to unravel her resolve. Late one night, as Lena sat editing her video, the familiar breathing sound returned, low and insistent. She paused, her heart racing. "Margaret," she called into the stillness, her voice trembling. "Is that you?" Silence enveloped her, but the breathing continued, growing louder, more insistent. Lena felt a chill crawl up her spine, a sense of foreboding that she couldn't ignore. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear creeping in. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the temperature in the room dropped dramatically. Lena's breath came out in puffs of fog as she strained to hear the whispers that filled the air. "Lena," the voice hissed, a chilling echo of her own name that sent shivers down her spine. The shadows around her began to shift, coalescing into a dark figure that loomed in the corner of the room. Panic surged through Lena, but she stood her ground. "I'm not afraid of you," she shouted, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure advanced, its presence heavy and oppressive. "You think you can save them?" It taunted, its voice low and resonant. "You are merely a vessel for their pain." "No," Lena replied, her voice shaking but resolute. "I'm here to share their story, to help others find their way back to the light." The shadows laughed, a hollow, chilling sound that echoed around her. "You will fail. Darkness always prevails." In that moment, Lena felt the weight of despair threaten to consume her. But then she remembered Margaret's words, strength and vulnerability, the power of love. "I won't let you win," she declared, her voice gaining strength. "Love is stronger than your darkness." With each word, Lena felt a surge of energy rise within her, a defiance against the shadows that sought to consume her. "You have no power over me," she shouted, her voice echoing like thunder. The figure recoiled, its form flickering as the light around her intensified. Lena felt the warmth of love envelop her, pushing back the darkness that had lingered for so long. "I am not afraid," she affirmed, feeling the strength of her conviction. With a final, powerful burst of energy, Lena reached deep within herself, channeling the love and hope she had uncovered in her journey. "I choose to fight for the light." The dark figure screamed, a sound of pure rage that shook the walls of her home, before it imploded into a whirlwind of shadows, dissipating into nothingness. The air cleared, and the warmth returned, filling the room with a sense of peace. Lena collapsed to the floor, her heart racing as she gasped for breath. The darkness had been vanquished, but the battle had left her shaken. She understood now that the fight against despair was ongoing, and that she would always carry the weight of others' grief with her. As Lena regained her composure, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was ready to share the story of the Holloways, to let their love shine through the darkness. And as she stood to continue her work, she felt Margaret's presence beside her, a gentle reminder that she was never alone. Lena stood in the center of her dimly lit room, the weight of her recent confrontation with darkness still heavy on her shoulders. The energy from the shadows had left her both shaken and empowered. She felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to complete her project and honor the Holloway family's legacy. That night, she sat at her desk, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows across the walls. She was ready to share the story that had unfolded in Eldridge Hollow, a tale woven with threads of love, loss, and resilience. But in the back of her mind, she sensed that the darkness was not finished with her yet. As she worked tirelessly, piecing together her footage and narration, she felt a growing unease. The breathing sound, once a distant echo, now became a constant presence, a reminder that the shadows still lingered. Lena pushed through her fear, determined to complete the project and shed light on the Holloway's plight. With each passing hour, the tension in the room escalated. As Lena delved deeper into her editing, she found herself replaying the moments she had captured, Margaret's story, the haunting echoes of the past, and the confrontation with the dark figure that had sought to reclaim her. Suddenly, her computer screen flickered, and the video began to glitch. Lena's heart raced as distorted images flashed before her eyes. She leaned closer, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The chaos of colors and sounds morphed into images of the attic, the shadows swirling around the figure of Margaret, and then abruptly cut to Lena herself, standing alone in the dim room. "What is happening?" Lena whispered, her breath catching in her throat. The screen glowed brighter, and the breathing sound crescendoed, filling the air with an oppressive weight. "You cannot escape," the voice reverberated, echoing through the room like a sinister chant. "You have awakened the shadows." Lena felt the panic rising within her, but she steeled herself. "I won't let you take control. I am here to help them." The video continued to glitch, and suddenly, the dark figure from her earlier confrontation emerged from the screen, swirling like smoke as it materialized before her. Lena stumbled back, the coldness of the room wrapping around her like a shroud. "You think you can change the fate of those who have suffered?" The figure taunted, its voice a low growl that sent chills racing down her spine. "Their pain is your burden now." "No," Lena shouted, gathering her courage. "Their love is stronger than your darkness. You will not silence me." The shadows erupted around her, the room transforming into a swirling vortex of grief and despair. Lena felt herself being pulled into the darkness, memories of the Holloways flooding her mind. Margaret's sorrow, the laughter of her children, the love that once filled the home now consumed by shadows. "Face your fears, Lena," the figure hissed, its voice echoing like a nightmare. "You cannot save them without confronting your own pain." As the darkness closed in, Lena found herself standing in the attic, surrounded by the remnants of the Holloway family. She could see Margaret's spirit lingering near the mirror, her face filled with anguish. "Margaret," Lena cried, reaching out. "I'm here. I won't let them take us." "You must confront what lies within you, Lena," Margaret whispered, her voice filled with urgency. "Only then can you truly help us all." Lena closed her eyes, the weight of her own grief crashing over her. She thought of her own losses, the moments she had buried deep within herself. The fear of facing those emotions gripped her heart, but she knew Margaret was right. To help others, she had to face her own shadows. Taking a deep breath, Lena opened her eyes and confronted the dark figure looming before her. "I refuse to be a vessel for despair," she shouted, her voice ringing with conviction. "I embrace my pain, and I choose to channel it into something greater." As she spoke, the shadows flickered, wavering in the light of her determination. Lena felt a surge of energy building within her, illuminating the darkness that surrounded them. "I choose love. I choose hope," the dark figure screeched, its form twisting and contorting as Lena's light pushed against it. "You think you can change the past? You cannot escape your grief." With each word, Lena felt the weight of her memories lifting, the shadows receding as she embraced her truth. "I may have lost, but I will not let that define me. I will honor those I've lost by sharing their stories and their love." As her voice echoed in the attic, the dark figure began to shatter, fragments of shadow breaking apart and scattering into the air. Lena felt the warmth of Margaret's spirit beside her, encouraging her with a radiant glow. "Release us, Lena," Margaret urged. "Let the light guide you." In that moment, Lena summoned all her strength, channeling the love and memories of those she had lost. "I release you," she declared, her voice resonating with power. "I free you from the darkness." The figure screamed, its form disintegrating into swirling wisps of shadow as Lena's light enveloped the attic. The air shimmered with energy, the breathing sound transformed into a chorus of voices, echoes of love and laughter that filled the space. As the shadows dissipated, Lena felt a sense of liberation wash over her. The attic transformed into a sanctuary of light. The burden of grief lifted as the spirits of the Holloway family emerged, radiant and free. "Thank you," Margaret whispered, tears of joy streaming down her face. "You have shown us the way back to the light." Lena's heart swelled with emotion as she embraced the spirits surrounding her. The family had found peace, and so had she. The darkness that had once threatened to consume them had been vanquished by the power of love and the courage to confront their fears. As the light faded and the attic returned to its former state, Lena felt a profound sense of calm envelop her. She understood that the journey was not over. It had merely transformed into a new beginning. She was ready to share the story of the Holloways, to help others find their way back to the light. With renewed determination, Lena returned to her desk, ready to complete her video. She would share the journey of love, loss, and resilience, shining a light on the power of confronting grief. The shadows had been vanquished, but the echoes of the Holloway's story would live on in her heart. As dawn broke over Eldridge Hollow, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the attic window, casting a warm glow that enveloped the room. Lena sat at her desk, the remnants of the night's turmoil still lingering in her heart, but overshadowed by a profound sense of peace. The shadows that had haunted her were gone, replaced by the echoes of love and hope that she was determined to share. With renewed vigor, Lena began to edit her video, stitching together the pieces of the Holloway family's story with care and reverence. She felt a deep connection to each moment captured on film. The laughter of the children, the warmth of Margaret's spirit, and the haunting memories that had finally found their voice. As she worked, Lena reflected on the journey she had taken. The investigation that began as an exploration of her curiosity had transformed into a quest for healing, not just for herself, but for Margaret and her family. Each clip she edited served as a reminder of the strength found in vulnerability, and she was ready to share that message with the world. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose wash over her. The world needed to hear this story, to understand that love could conquer even the deepest shadows of grief. "I'm doing this for you, Margaret," she whispered, her heart swelling with emotion. "For your family, and for everyone who has ever felt lost." As Lena pieced together her narrative, she incorporated the lessons she had learned throughout her journey. She wanted to remind viewers that it was okay to embrace their pain, to confront the shadows of their past, and to allow love to guide them back to the light. Once the final edits were complete, Lena sat back and watched the video unfold before her. The journey she had undertaken was laid bare, the emotions raw and real. Tears filled her eyes as she witnessed the transformation from darkness to light, from grief to hope. With a trembling hand, she clicked the upload button, sending the video into the vast expanse of the internet. As she watched the loading screen spin, Lena felt a rush of apprehension mixed with exhilaration. What if no one watches? She thought, doubt creeping in. But she quickly pushed those thoughts aside. This isn't about views. It's about connection. As the video uploaded, Lena took a moment to reflect on the past few weeks. She thought about the dark figure that had sought to consume her, the whispers that had threatened to pull her back into despair. Yet, she had stood her ground, faced her fears, and emerged victorious. That resilience had become part of her story, and she hoped it would inspire others to confront their own shadows. With the video now live, Lena shared it across her social media platforms, a mixture of excitement and anxiety bubbling within her. She watched as the view count began to rise, each tick of the number bringing with it a mix of hope and trepidation. As the hours passed, comments began to flood in, viewers sharing their own stories of grief and loss, expressing their gratitude for the message Lena had conveyed. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she read each one, feeling the connections being forged through shared experiences. "I lost my sister last year. Your story touched my heart," one comment read. "Thank you for reminding me that it's okay to grieve." Another read, "I've felt so alone in my pain. Watching your video made me realize I'm not alone." "Thank you." Lena felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her, a validation that the journey had been worth it. The shadows had been banished, not only for her, but for countless others seeking solace in their grief. The love shared through the Holloway family's story had transcended the darkness, shining a light on the path to healing. But as the day wore on and the comments continued to pour in, Lena couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. The darkness had been defeated, but was it truly gone? A knot formed in her stomach as she remembered Margaret's warning. Darkness is persistent. That evening, as Lena settled into bed, she couldn't escape the feeling that her confrontation with the shadows was not the end, but rather a new beginning. She turned off the lights, cocooning herself in the darkness, and closed her eyes. But sleep did not come easily. The breathing sound returned, low and steady, echoing in the silence. Lena felt her heart race as the familiar chill swept through the room. Not again, she thought, panic rising within her. "Lena," the voice whispered, a chilling reminder that the shadows could not be silenced forever. "Who's there?" Lena called out, her voice trembling as she sat up, her eyes scanning the darkness. Suddenly, the room grew cold, and the figure from her previous confrontation materialized before her, its form twisting like smoke. "You thought you could escape me?" It hissed, its voice laced with malice. "You may have freed the Holloways, but your journey is far from over." Lena's heart raced, but she held her ground. "I won't let you take control again. I have faced my fears." The figure laughed, a sound filled with darkness. "You can't change the past, Lena. Grief is a cycle, and it will return to claim you." "No," Lena shouted, shaking off the fear that threatened to engulf her. "I choose love. I choose hope. You have no power over me." With each word, she felt the warmth of love and resilience rising within her, pushing back against the chill that surrounded her. The figure flickered, its shadows writhing as Lena's light shone brightly in the darkness. I refused to be a victim of despair. As she confronted the figure, Lena felt the strength of the Holloway family's love surrounding her. She called upon the memories of joy and laughter, allowing them to infuse her with power. "You will not win." With a surge of energy, Lena reached deep within herself, channeling the love and hope that had guided her throughout her journey. "I release you," she declared, her voice resonating with determination. The figure shrieked, its form disintegrating into a whirlwind of shadows, dissipating into nothingness as Lena's light enveloped the room. The air filled with warmth, and the oppressive weight lifted, leaving only a lingering sense of peace. Lena collapsed back on her bed, her heart racing, but filled with an overwhelming sense of liberation. She had faced the darkness once more and emerged victorious. The journey of grief was indeed ongoing, but she now understood that love would always prevail over despair. As sleep finally claimed her, Lena dreamed of the Holloway family, their spirits shining brightly as they danced in the light. She knew that she would continue to honor their memory, sharing their story and helping others find their way through the shadows. Morning light spilled into Lena's room, illuminating her face as she stirred awake. The remnants of her dream lingered, a comforting embrace that filled her with hope. She sat up, a sense of clarity washing over her. The journey she had undertaken was not merely about confronting the darkness. It was about embracing the light that followed. With renewed purpose, Lena felt compelled to reach out to those who had engaged with her video. She quickly opened her laptop, eager to respond to the flood of comments and messages that had accumulated overnight. As she typed, she felt a profound connection to each person who had shared their story, their pain echoing her own. "Thank you for sharing your journey," she typed to one commenter. "You're not alone. We're all in this together." As the hours passed, Lena found herself immersed in a world of shared experiences and healing. Each interaction felt like a step toward building a community bound by love, understanding, and resilience. The darkness that had once felt so isolating was now transformed into a source of strength, reminding her of the power of connection. That afternoon, Lena received an unexpected message from a local community center. They had watched her video and were deeply moved by her story. They wanted to collaborate on an event focused on grief and healing, inviting Lena to speak about her experience and the importance of confronting one's shadows. Lena felt a rush of emotions: excitement, fear, and a sense of duty. This was her chance to take her message beyond the screen and reach people in a tangible way. She quickly accepted the invitation, feeling that this was the next step in her journey. In the days leading up to the event, Lena poured her heart into her preparation. She crafted her speech, weaving in the lessons she had learned from the Holloway family, the importance of sharing stories, and the strength found in vulnerability. She wanted to create a safe space for others to confront their grief and find hope in the darkness. On the day of the event, Lena arrived at the community center, her heart pounding with anticipation. The room was filled with faces, some hopeful, others weary, all seeking connection. As she stepped onto the stage, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She was no longer just a storyteller. She was a guide, ready to lead others through their own journeys of healing. As she spoke, Lena shared her story, her initial curiosity, the investigation, the darkness she had faced, and ultimately, the light she had found. She spoke of the importance of embracing pain, of allowing oneself to grieve, and of the transformative power of love. Her words resonated with the audience, creating an atmosphere of understanding and empathy. Throughout the event, people began to share their own stories, each voice adding to the tapestry of connection. Lena listened intently, offering support and validation to those who spoke. The room became a sanctuary of healing, filled with tears, laughter, and moments of profound insight. As the event drew to a close, Lena felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The shadows that had once loomed over her life were now transformed into stepping stones, guiding her toward a brighter future. She had not only helped others confront their grief, but had also found a renewed sense of purpose in her own life. Before leaving the community center, Lena took a moment to reflect on how far she had come. The journey had begun with a simple curiosity, but had blossomed into a mission to help others navigate their own shadows. She understood now that while darkness may persist, it would never extinguish the light of love and connection. As she walked home, Lena felt a gentle breeze on her face, a reminder of the spirits that had guided her throughout her journey. The echoes of the holloways, their laughter and love, filled her heart, reminding her that they would always be with her. That evening, as Lena prepared to settle in for the night, she noticed the video view count had continued to rise, and the comments kept coming. She read through them one last time, each message a testament to the power of sharing stories and confronting grief. "Your courage has inspired me to seek help," one viewer wrote. "Thank you for being the voice I needed to hear." With a smile, Lena closed her laptop and turned off the lights. As she lay in bed, she felt a sense of peace enveloping her. The breathing sound had returned, but this time it felt different, less ominous and more like a reminder of the journey she had embraced. "Thank you," Lena whispered into the darkness, feeling the warmth of the spirits surrounding her. "I won't forget." In that moment, Lena understood that life would always carry its shadows, but she now possessed the tools to navigate them. She had faced her fears, embraced her grief, and emerged stronger than ever. The power of love and connection had illuminated her path, guiding her toward a future filled with hope and resilience. As she drifted off to sleep, Lena dreamed of a world where love prevailed over despair, where stories of healing were shared, and where every shadow was met with a light. In her heart, she knew that her journey was just beginning, and she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. With a renewed spirit and purpose, Lena had become a beacon of hope for others, proving that even in the depths of darkness, the light of love and connection could always be found. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the quaint town of Willow Creek, where the mist hung low and the streets were lined with ancient trees, lived a young woman named Alara. She was a dreamer, often lost in her thoughts, and her nights were filled with vivid visions that transcended the ordinary. Each night, she would close her eyes, and the world around her would dissolve into a tapestry of colors and whispers. But one night something shifted. As Alara slipped into sleep, she found herself in an unfamiliar landscape, a vast, ethereal realm bathed in hues of blue and gold. The air was charged with an energy she had never felt before, and in the distance she saw him, a tall figure, cloaked in shadows, yet radiating an aura of warmth and familiarity. His presence captivated her. She could not discern his features, but there was a magnetic pull that drew her closer. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice echoing through the dreamscape. "I am the man you've been searching for," he replied, his voice smooth and melodic. "I am a reflection of your desires, your fears, and your hopes." Alara felt a chill run down her spine, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The man stepped forward, and for a brief moment, she could see his face, sharp cheekbones, piercing green eyes, and a knowing smile that sent her heart racing. He reached out a hand, and as their fingers brushed, the dream began to fade. With a jolt, Alara awoke in her dimly lit room, the remnants of the dream clinging to her like morning fog. The vividness of the encounter lingered in her mind, his gaze etched into her memory. Was he real? She wondered, her heart pounding with a blend of confusion and longing. As the days passed, Alara couldn't shake the feeling of connection she had with the man from her dream. She found herself daydreaming in class, her mind drifting back to the warmth of his touch, the mystery that surrounded him. Her friends noticed her distracted demeanor, but brushed it off as typical daydreaming. "Earth to Alara," her best friend Mia teased one afternoon as they walked home from school. "What's got you so lost in thought?" Alara smiled, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Just thinking about something," she replied, her heart fluttering at the memory of the dream. Mia raised an eyebrow. "Something or someone? Just a dream," Alara said, dismissing the notion, but the truth hung heavy in her chest. That night, as Alara prepared for bed, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. She closed her eyes, hoping to return to the dream realm and find him again. As she drifted off, She whispered a silent wish into the cosmos. Bring him back to me. In the depths of her slumber, she found herself back in the same ethereal landscape, the blue and gold hues surrounding her like a comforting blanket. But this time, the man was already waiting for her, his green eyes glinting with a playful spark. Welcome back, he said, his voice smooth like honey. I knew you would come. Who are you? Alara asked, her voice trembling with excitement and fear. Why do you feel so familiar? I am a part of you, he replied, stepping closer. A manifestation of your dreams, your aspirations. But I can also become more than that. Alara's heart raced at his words. More than just a dream? Indeed, he said, his smile broadening. But there is a cost. You must be willing to confront the truths hidden within yourself. The journey will not be easy. What truths? Alara pressed, her curiosity piqued. Your fears, your desires, your past, he replied, his expression turning serious. The path to understanding oneself is fraught with challenges. But I will guide you. As the dream enveloped her once more, Alara felt a sense of determination wash over her. She was ready to confront whatever lay ahead, ready to uncover the layers of her own soul. And as the dream faded once again, a question lingered in her mind. If he was indeed a part of her, what would it mean for her reality? Alara awoke with a start, the remnants of the dream still vivid in her mind. The sun streamed through her window, illuminating the room in a warm glow, but she felt an unsettling heaviness in her chest. The man from her dreams had promised to guide her, but at what cost? Determined to uncover the truths he had mentioned, she spent the day reflecting on her life. The echoes of her past resonated in her mind, filled with moments of joy, heartbreak, and unfulfilled dreams. As she strolled through Willow Creek, she noticed the world around her. The laughter of children playing in the park, the hustle and bustle of the market, and the elderly couple holding hands on a bench. All reminders of the life she yearned to fully embrace. But within her, shadows of doubt began to creep in. Alara had always been a dreamer, often retreating into her imagination instead of facing reality. Memories of her childhood flooded back. The loneliness she felt when friends drifted away, the pressure to excel academically, and the longing for a connection that seemed to elude her. That evening, she prepared for bed with an unease gnawing at her. She lay beneath the soft blankets, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. As she closed her eyes, she recalled the man's words, "Confront the truths hidden within yourself." In an instant, she found herself back in the ethereal landscape, the familiar hues of blue and gold welcoming her. The man stood before her, his presence both comforting and commanding. "You've returned," he said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Are you ready to begin?" "I think so," Alara replied, her voice steadying. "But what must I confront?" "Let's start with your fears," he said, gesturing for her to follow him. They walked through a shimmering path that twisted and turned, leading them to a mirror that reflected not just their images, but a series of fleeting memories. Alara gazed into the mirror, watching as scenes from her past unfolded before her. She saw herself as a child, sitting alone on a swing, longing for companionship. The vision shifted, revealing moments of rejection and disappointment. Friends who had moved away, teachers who had overlooked her potential, and the weight of expectations that felt suffocating. "This is your fear of loneliness," the man explained, his voice gentle yet firm. "It has shaped your choices, made you retreat into your dreams instead of embracing the world around you." Alara's heart ached at the sight. "I always wanted to belong," she whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. "But I never felt like I fit in." The man stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Acknowledging your fears is the first step toward overcoming them. You must learn that it's okay to be vulnerable, to reach out and connect." As she absorbed his words, the mirror shimmered again, revealing her deeper fears. Fear of failure, of not being enough, and of never achieving her dreams. Each image struck a chord within her, unraveling the insecurities she had carried for so long. "I don't want to be afraid anymore," Alara said, her voice trembling. "But how do I move past this?" "By embracing your truth," he replied, his gaze steady. You must confront the darkness within and understand that it does not define you. It is merely a part of your journey. With a surge of determination, Elara nodded. I'm ready. I want to break free from these chains. As the mirror faded, she felt a sense of release wash over her. The burdens she had carried began to lighten, and for the first time, she recognized the strength that resided within her. But just as she began to feel empowered, the landscape shifted once again, transforming into a stormy sea. Dark waves crashed violently against each other, and Elara felt a sense of foreboding creep back in. Fear not the storm, the man said, his voice cutting through the chaos. It is merely a manifestation of your doubts. To find calm, you must confront the storms within. Elara took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Show me. With those words, the storm began to settle, revealing a path of golden light leading toward an island in the distance. Hand in hand, Elara and the man stepped onto the path, feeling the warmth of the light envelop them. Each step forward felt like a victory, and with every inch, she could sense the weight of her fears beginning to dissipate. As they approached the island, Elara felt a sense of hope swelling within her. She was ready to confront her past and embrace the future. But as they reached the shore, a chilling thought gripped her heart. What if the truth was more than she could bear? As Elara and the man stepped onto the sandy shore of the island, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The stormy sea faded behind them, replaced by a serene landscape dotted with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore created a sense of calm. But beneath the tranquility, Elara felt a current of tension. She was acutely aware that the most significant truths awaited her. What now? She asked, glancing at the man beside her, whose presence was both comforting and enigmatic. Now, you must confront your memories, he replied, gesturing toward the heart of the island, where a flickering light beckoned them. Each memory holds a truth that will guide you toward understanding yourself more deeply. As they walked along the winding path, the trees whispered secrets, and the sun filtered through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Elara's heart raced with anticipation and fear. What would she discover in the depths of her memories? They reached a clearing where a glowing orb hovered above a small pedestal. The orb pulsed with light, illuminating the area around it. This is the memory orb, the man explained. It will reveal the moments in your past that have shaped who you are today. Are you ready? Elara hesitated for a moment, uncertainty gnawing at her. What if I see something I don't want to remember? Embrace it, he urged gently. All parts of your past are integral to your journey. Facing them will empower you to move forward. With a deep breath, Elara stepped closer to the orb, her heart pounding. As she reached out to touch it, a wave of energy surged through her, and the orb exploded into a cascade of images. She was engulfed in a whirlwind of memories, each one more vivid than the last. She saw herself as a young girl, sitting in her bedroom, surrounded by art supplies. She was painting, her face alight with joy. But then the scene shifted to a moment of discouragement, her mother's words echoing in her ears. You need to focus on your studies, not daydreaming. Another memory unfolded, revealing her teenage years. She stood alone at a school dance, her heart aching as she watched her classmates laugh and dance together. The stinging sensation of rejection washed over her when a boy she liked ignored her, leaving her feeling invisible. Remember these feelings. The man's voice resonated through the chaos of images. They are part of your truth. With each memory, Elara felt the weight of her past pressing down on her, but there was also a flicker of understanding. She realized that every moment of joy, every tear, every feeling of inadequacy had contributed to her identity. The final image coalesced before her, a dark, shadowy figure representing her fears of failure and loneliness. It loomed large, intimidating, and Elara felt a rush of panic. I don't want to face that, she cried out, stepping back instinctively. The man beside her held her gaze, his eyes filled with compassion. You must, Elara. To be free of its hold, you need to confront it head-on. Summoning her courage, she took a step forward. What do you want from me? she asked the figure, her voice trembling. The shadow shifted, revealing glimpses of her past. Her mistakes, her regrets, the times she had doubted herself. It spoke in a voice that echoed her own insecurities. You will never be enough. You will always be alone. Tears streamed down Alara's face as she confronted the harsh truths that had haunted her for so long. No, she shouted defiantly. I refuse to let you control my life. I am enough. As she declared her worth, the shadow shrank, its form becoming less intimidating. The man stepped beside her, his presence radiating warmth and strength. You are not defined by your fears, Alara. You are defined by your courage to confront them. The shadow let out a chilling wail, dissipating into the air as Alara stood tall. In that moment, she felt a surge of empowerment, a sense of liberation washing over her. She had faced her deepest fears, and they no longer held power over her. The landscape around them shifted once more, transforming into a radiant garden filled with vibrant flowers and golden light. You've taken a crucial step, the man said, his voice filled with pride. But the journey is not yet over. You must also confront your desires, the dreams that have remained hidden. What do you mean? Alara asked, feeling a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Follow me, he replied, leading her deeper into the garden. The air was electric with potential, and as they walked, Alara could feel a sense of purpose stirring within her. They approached a second orb, this one pulsating with a different energy, an inviting warmth that filled her with hope. This is the desire orb, he explained. It will reveal the dreams you've buried beneath your fears. Are you prepared to see what lies within? With determination igniting her spirit, Alara nodded, ready to uncover the truths that would guide her toward the future she yearned for. As Alara reached out to touch the desire orb, a wave of warmth enveloped her, pulling her into a new realm of possibilities. The garden around her transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds, each element brimming with life and energy. She felt as though she had stepped into the very essence of her dreams. The orb began to pulsate, illuminating the area with golden light. As she stood before it, visions began to swirl within its depths, flashes of her aspirations, her passions, and the path she had hesitated to follow. The man beside her watched intently, a reassuring presence guiding her through this journey of self-discovery. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before her eyes. She was standing in front of an art gallery, her artwork displayed prominently on the walls. People gathered around, admiring her paintings and discussing their emotions, their admiration filling her with pride. Alara felt a swell of joy in her heart, the dream of being an artist finally realized. Remember this feeling, the man urged. This is your passion, your true desire. Art is your voice. But just as quickly, the vision shifted to a dark room, filled with echoes of doubt. She saw herself packing away her brushes and canvases, her heart heavy with resignation. You'll never be good enough, a voice echoed in the shadows, reminiscent of her mother's earlier words. No, Alara cried out, shaking her head. I refuse to believe that. Your desires are worth fighting for, the man said firmly. You must reclaim them. The orb surged with energy, and a new vision materialized. Alara was surrounded by friends, laughter filling the air as they celebrated her achievements. She saw herself traveling the world, capturing the beauty of life through her art, her heart light and free. Tears of joy filled her eyes. This is what I want. I want to create, to connect with others, to share my vision with the world. But as the vision intensified, it twisted into a scene of isolation. Alara stood alone in her studio, her canvases gathering dust, the vibrant colors dulled by neglect. You'll never find your place, the shadows whispered. You'll always be alone. Enough, she shouted, frustration and anger rising within her. I will not let fear dictate my choices any longer. With newfound determination, she stepped toward the orb, her voice steady. I choose to embrace my dreams. I will not hide from my desires. As her words echoed, the orb erupted into a cascade of light, surrounding her with warmth. The darkness began to recede, replaced by the vibrant visions of her aspirations. She felt a surge of energy coursing through her, igniting her spirit with a fierce resolve. "Embrace your passions, Alara," the man said, his voice filled with encouragement. "Let them guide you toward your destiny." With every moment that passed, she felt the weight of her fears begin to lift. The shadows that once loomed over her dreams were now mere wisps of smoke, powerless against her resolve. "Remember," the man continued, "it is not enough to simply wish for your dreams. You must take action, confront the challenges that arise, and believe in yourself." "I will," Alara declared, her heart racing with excitement. "I will create, I will connect, and I will share my art with the world." With a final pulse of energy from the orb, the garden transformed into a breathtaking vista, a sunlit landscape filled with endless horizons. Alara stood at the edge, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin, the breeze tousling her hair. "Now, you stand at a crossroads," the man said, gesturing to the paths that branched out before them. "You have faced your fears and embraced your desires. But the journey is not yet complete. You must now confront the ultimate challenge, the confrontation of your true self." "What does that mean?" Alara asked, her heart racing at the thought of what lay ahead. "To face your true self, you must venture into the depths of your soul," he replied. "You will uncover the core of your being, the essence of who you are. This journey will test your strength and resolve, but it will lead you to your ultimate truth." Alara took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. "I'm ready," she said, her voice unwavering. "I want to discover who I truly am." With that, they set forth on the path that led deeper into the landscape, the horizon stretching before them like a canvas waiting to be filled. Each step resonated with purpose, and Alara felt the energy of her dreams guiding her onward. As they walked, she could sense the shadows of doubt creeping in again, but she pushed them aside. She had faced her fears, embraced her desires, and now she was ready to confront the ultimate truth, herself. As Alara and the man ventured deeper into the sunlit landscape, the vibrant colors began to fade, transitioning into a more muted palette. The warmth of the sun dimmed, and a shroud of mist enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty. The path ahead twisted and turned, leading them into a forest where the trees loomed tall, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. "What lies ahead?" Alara asked, her voice steady despite the unease settling in her chest. "This is the forest of reflection," the man replied. "Here, you will confront the facets of your true self, the strengths, the flaws, and everything in between. This is a necessary part of your journey." As they entered the forest, Alara felt a palpable energy surrounding her, as if the very air was alive with possibility. Shadows danced at the edges of her vision, and whispers filled the air, fragments of her thoughts, doubts, and insecurities coming to life. "Remember, Alara," the man said, guiding her deeper into the woods. "Embrace every part of yourself, even the parts you find difficult to accept. Only then will you find clarity." With each step, the whispers grew louder, and Alara's heart raced. She was acutely aware of the myriad emotions swirling within her. As they walked, she began to see figures emerging from the mist, representations of her past, her choices, and her struggles. One figure stood before her, resembling her younger self, sitting alone in her art studio, surrounded by half-finished canvases. The younger Alara looked up, her eyes filled with longing. "You gave up on us," she said, her voice a soft echo. "You were afraid of failing, so you stopped trying." Alara's heart sank. "I thought it was safer to walk away," she admitted, tears pooling in her eyes. "I didn't want to disappoint anyone." "But you disappointed yourself," the younger Alara replied, her gaze piercing. "You silenced your passion out of fear." The man stepped forward, his voice calm and reassuring. "This is a part of your truth, Alara. Acknowledge it, and you will begin to heal." Alara wiped her tears, feeling the weight of regret settle over her like a heavy cloak. "I've let my fears dictate my choices for too long," she said, her voice gaining strength. "But I want to reclaim my passion." As she spoke those words, the figure of her younger self began to dissolve, replaced by another. This time, a representation of her self-doubt. It was a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, its voice dripping with disdain. You think you can succeed? You're just an artist. You'll never make it in a world full of competition. No, Alara shouted, anger rising within her. I refuse to let you control me any longer. I have dreams, and I will chase them. The man smiled, nodding in approval. This is the strength you possess. Your passion is more powerful than any shadow of doubt. With her declaration, the shadowy figure began to shrink, its voice fading into a mere whisper. The forest around her pulsed with energy, each tree and every blade of grass echoing her resolve. But then, a new figure emerged, an older version of herself, tired and disheartened, sitting alone in a dim room filled with crumpled sketches and unfinished projects. You'll never be happy, the older Alara said, her voice hollow. You've wasted your potential chasing dreams that are out of reach. A chill ran down Alara's spine. That's not true, she protested, her heart racing. I can still achieve my dreams. I'm not finished yet. Are you sure? The older self challenged, her expression filled with skepticism. How can you expect to succeed when you've already failed so many times? The man stepped beside Alara, a hand resting on her shoulder. This is your fear of failure taking form. It's an inevitable part of growth, but it does not define your future. I won't let it, Alara said, her voice steady and fierce. I will learn from my failures, not be crushed by them. I am capable of achieving my dreams. With that affirmation, the older figure began to dissolve, and the forest brightened as if in response to her strength. The trees swayed gently, their leaves shimmering in the newfound light. Feeling empowered, Alara continued walking, the mist beginning to clear. With each step, she felt lighter, more connected to her true self. She was beginning to understand that her fears and doubts were not weaknesses. They were simply parts of her journey, necessary for her growth. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft golden light. In the center stood a mirror, a beautiful, ornate piece that shimmered like liquid silver. This is the mirror of truth, the man explained. Gaze into it, and you will see the essence of who you are, free from fear and doubt. Alara took a deep breath, her heart racing with anticipation. As she approached the mirror, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. She looked into the reflective surface, and instead of her physical form, she saw a glowing figure, a representation of her true self, radiant with creativity and strength. In that moment, Alara realized that her true self was not defined by her past failures or insecurities. Instead, she was a vibrant tapestry woven from dreams, aspirations, and the courage to face her fears. Tears of relief and joy streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, I see you. I accept you. The mirror shimmered brightly, illuminating the clearing with a brilliant light. The man smiled, pride evident in his expression. You have embraced your truth, Alara. Now, you can move forward without the burdens of your past holding you back. Feeling a surge of hope and determination, Alara turned to the man. What comes next? I want to pursue my dreams with all my heart. Now, you must take the lessons you've learned and step into the world, he replied. Your journey is only just beginning, and the future holds limitless possibilities. With a renewed sense of purpose, Alara stepped away from the mirror, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The forest began to fade, transforming back into the vibrant landscape of her dreams, and she felt a powerful sense of freedom coursing through her veins. As the vibrant landscape enveloped Alara, she felt a rush of exhilaration mingled with trepidation. The weight of her past had been lifted, but she was acutely aware that the path forward would be fraught with challenges. The man walked beside her, his presence a steadying force as they approached a vast field that stretched endlessly before them. Welcome to the field of choices, he said, gesturing toward the horizon where numerous paths branched out like veins in a leaf. Each path represents a different direction you can take, filled with its own set of challenges and opportunities. Alara gazed at the myriad of paths before her, her heart racing. How do I know which path to choose? She asked, uncertainty creeping back in. Listen to your intuition, the man replied, his eyes filled with wisdom. The journey ahead is about aligning your choices with your true self. Each choice will reveal a part of you and guide you closer to your dreams. Taking a deep breath, Elara stepped forward, scanning the choices laid out before her. One path glimmered in the sunlight, lined with colorful flowers and vibrant greenery. It beckoned to her, promising beauty and creativity. That path represents your desire to pursue art full-time, the man explained. It's where your passion lies, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. Fear of rejection, financial instability, and the pressure to succeed. Elara felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of facing those fears again, but she knew deep down that this path was calling to her. She hesitated, glancing at another path nearby, this one less adorned, leading into a dense fog. "And what about that one?" she asked, pointing toward it. "That path represents the safer choice," he replied. "A steady job that may not fulfill your artistic ambitions, but offers stability. It is an easier route, but one that could lead to regret if you ignore your passion." Elara's heart sank. She understood the allure of safety, yet the idea of sacrificing her dreams weighed heavily on her spirit. "I don't want to live a life of what-ifs," she murmured, contemplating her options. As she stood at the crossroads, the shadows of doubt began to creep in again. "What if I fail?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if I never succeed as an artist?" The man stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Failure is not the end. It is a stepping stone. Each setback will teach you valuable lessons. Your true strength lies in your willingness to learn and adapt." Elara looked at the shimmering path once more, the flowers swaying gently in the breeze. "I want to embrace my art, but I'm terrified," she admitted, her heart racing. "Fear is a natural part of the journey," the man replied. "But you have faced your fears before. Remember the strength you discovered within yourself? Use it now." Taking a deep breath, Elara stepped onto the vibrant path, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. With each step, she felt a surge of energy, as if the very ground beneath her feet was infused with her dreams. As she walked, the scenery shifted around her. The vibrant flowers began to bloom with greater intensity, and the colors grew richer. She felt the weight of her fears lifting, replaced by a sense of empowerment. The path led her to a clearing where a group of artists were gathered, their laughter and creativity filling the air. "Welcome," one of them called out, waving enthusiastically. "We're sharing our art and supporting each other in our journeys." Elara's heart swelled at the sight. This was the community she had longed for, people who understood her passions and challenges. She stepped forward, introducing herself and sharing her own artistic journey. As they spoke, she felt a sense of belonging wash over her. The support and encouragement from her new friends ignited a fire within her. They shared stories of their own struggles and triumphs, and Elara realized that she was not alone in her fears. But as the gathering continued, shadows began to swirl at the edges of the clearing, creeping closer to her newfound sense of belonging. Elara could hear the faint whispers of her insecurities again. What if they don't like your art? What if you fail to impress them? Determined not to let fear overwhelm her, Elara turned to her new friends. "I'm scared," she confessed, her voice trembling slightly. "What if my art isn't good enough?" One of the artists, a woman with bright blue hair and paint-splattered clothes, smiled warmly. "We've all been there, Elara. Creating art is about expressing yourself, not about pleasing everyone else. It's okay to be afraid. Embrace it, and let it fuel your creativity." With those words, Elara felt a shift within her. She understood that her fears were not barriers, but rather a part of the artistic process. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and shared her artwork with the group. As she presented her pieces, the shadows began to recede, replaced by the light of acceptance and encouragement. Her friends offered constructive feedback, praising her unique perspective and urging her to continue honing her craft. Elara felt a sense of liberation. She was no longer shackled by her fears. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the clearing, Elara felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her heart full. "You've given me the courage to keep pursuing my dreams." As the gathering began to disperse, The man approached her with a proud smile. You've taken a significant step, Alara. You've confronted your fears, embraced your passion, and connected with a community that will support you. Alara felt a warmth spreading through her chest. I finally feel like I'm on the right path, she said, her voice filled with hope. But remember, the man cautioned, this journey will still present challenges. The road ahead may be difficult, but your newfound strength will carry you through. I'm ready to face whatever comes my way, Alara declared, determination shining in her eyes. With that affirmation, the vibrant landscape around her transformed once more. The field of choices began to fade into the horizon, revealing a new path that sparkled with promise. Alara took a deep breath, her heart racing with anticipation for the next chapter of her journey. As Alara stepped onto the new path, she felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her. The vibrant landscape around her transformed, revealing a world brimming with creativity and possibility. The air was infused with the scent of fresh paint and blooming flowers, a tangible reminder of the artistic journey she had embraced. Walking forward, she soon found herself in a bustling art district where vibrant murals adorned the walls, and street performers brought the lively atmosphere to life. Artists of all backgrounds showcased their talents, their laughter and music harmonizing to create a symphony of expression. Alara felt invigorated by the energy surrounding her. Welcome to the canvas of dreams, the man said, gesturing toward the colorful chaos. This is where creativity thrives, and every artist finds their unique voice. Alara marveled at the stunning pieces on display, each one telling a story, each brushstroke filled with emotion. She watched as artists interacted with passers-by, sharing their passion and inviting others into their creative worlds. It was a beautiful tapestry woven from the dreams and aspirations of countless souls. But as she navigated the vibrant streets, she sensed an undercurrent of unease. Though the atmosphere was electric, a nagging voice echoed in the back of her mind. What if you don't belong here? What if your art isn't worthy? Determined not to succumb to self-doubt, Alara pushed forward, immersing herself in the energy around her. She approached a group of artists painting a large mural on a nearby wall. The colors danced and flowed, merging into a breathtaking image of unity and hope. Can I join you? She asked, her heart racing. Of course, one of the artists replied, handing her a brush. We're creating something beautiful together. Just let your instincts guide you. With a sense of anticipation, Alara dipped the brush in a vibrant paint, feeling the texture and weight of it in her hand. As she began to paint, her confidence surged. Each stroke felt liberating, releasing the tension that had built within her. However, as she painted, shadows flitted at the corners of her vision. They whispered insidiously, creeping into her thoughts. What are you doing? You're ruining their masterpiece. They'll never want you here. Alara paused, her heart pounding. The doubts threatened to drown her in despair, but the man's encouraging voice resonated in her mind. Remember your journey. You've faced these fears before. Taking a deep breath, Alara pushed through the uncertainty. She looked at the mural, at the joy and collaboration around her. No more hiding, she whispered to herself. I will not let fear steal this moment. With renewed determination, she allowed herself to paint freely, pouring her heart and soul into the mural. As she did, the shadows began to recede, unable to withstand the light of her passion. The colors on the wall became a reflection of her journey, a blend of fear, hope, and resilience. When the mural was complete, the group stood back, admiring their collective creation. Alara felt a surge of pride as she took in the vibrant masterpiece before her. It wasn't just a reflection of her talent. It was a testament to her journey and growth. This is incredible, one of the artists exclaimed, clapping Alara on the back. You brought something unique to our work. Thank you for being here. Alara's heart soared. For the first time, she felt a genuine sense of belonging among her fellow artists. The shadows of doubt had been replaced with light, a newfound confidence in her abilities and her place in this vibrant community. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the group celebrated their accomplishment. Laughter and joy filled the air, and Alara reveled in the warmth of connection. She realized that she had not only embraced her artistic passion, but also discovered the strength of community. But as the night settled in, a chill ran through the air. The man turned to Alara, his expression turning serious. While you've faced your fears, your journey is far from over. There are deeper truths yet to uncover. What do you mean? Alara asked, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The next challenge will test your resolve and your understanding of what it means to be an artist, he explained. Prepare yourself for the trials of authenticity. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Alara nodded. She understood that the path of an artist was not just about creating, but about staying true to oneself amidst the pressures of the world. As the stars twinkled overhead, she felt a sense of anticipation for the trials ahead. The night was alive with possibility, and she was ready to embrace every moment of her artistic journey. The next morning dawned with a brilliant burst of sunlight, illuminating the vibrant streets of the art district. Alara awoke with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, the man's words from the previous night echoing in her mind. Prepare yourself for the trials of authenticity. She understood that this next phase of her journey would demand not just creativity, but a deeper understanding of herself and her art. As she stepped outside, the bustling energy of the district surrounded her. Artists were already setting up their displays, engaging with visitors, and sharing their stories. Alara felt a sense of purpose stirring within her. Today was the day she would face her trials. The man found her among the colorful stalls and vibrant murals. Are you ready? He asked, his gaze steady and encouraging. Alara nodded, determination coursing through her veins. What do I need to do? First, you must confront the challenge of vulnerability, he replied. Art is a reflection of the self, and to create authentically, you must be willing to share your deepest truths. With that, the man led her to a spacious courtyard where a crowd had begun to gather. Here, you will present your story through your art, he explained. Be honest, be raw, show them who you truly are. A wave of anxiety washed over Alara as she took in the crowd. What if they don't understand? She asked, fear creeping in again. Not everyone will, and that's okay, he assured her. Your truth resonates with those who are meant to hear it. Trust in your voice. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped to the front, her heart pounding. She felt exposed yet empowered. I want to share a piece that represents my journey, she announced, her voice shaking slightly. As she unveiled her artwork, a canvas filled with swirling colors and abstract shapes, she felt a rush of vulnerability. Each brushstroke represented a moment in her life. The struggles with self-doubt, the joy of connection, and the fight for authenticity. Art is not just about beauty, she continued, her voice growing stronger. It's about honesty. It's about expressing who we are, even when it's difficult. This piece is a reflection of my journey, and I hope it resonates with you. As she spoke, she noticed the crowd shifting. Some leaned in closer, captivated by her words. Others nodded in understanding. A few even wiped away tears, and Alara felt a sense of connection with them, a recognition that her struggles were shared by many. But as she finished her presentation, shadows began to emerge again, whispering doubts into her ear. What if they mock you? What if they don't appreciate your work? Determined to silence the negativity, Alara focused on the supportive faces in the crowd. Art is a journey, she reminded herself. It's about growth, not perfection. When she concluded, the applause that followed felt like a wave of acceptance washing over her. A few people approached her, sharing their own stories of struggle and resilience, expressing gratitude for her honesty. Alara realized that her vulnerability had created a safe space for others to share as well. But the trials were not over. The man stepped forward once more, his expression serious. Now, you must confront the challenge of judgment. You will face critics and doubts from within and without. How will you handle it? Before Alara could respond, the scene shifted. Suddenly, she found herself in a gallery filled with onlookers who scrutinized her work, their expressions a mix of admiration and skepticism. Critics, both harsh and constructive, began to voice their opinions. This piece lacks depth, one critic said, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. You need to dig deeper if you want to be taken seriously. Alara's heart sank at the harshness of the words. The shadows returned, whispering doubt again. They're right. You're just a novice. You don't belong here. But she took a deep breath, reminding herself of the courage she had found within. Art is subjective, she said aloud, her voice steady. Not everyone will appreciate my style, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to myself. As she stood there, a realization washed over her. Every piece of art would evoke different reactions, and that diversity was part of what made creativity beautiful. Rather than hiding from criticism, she could learn from it, filtering out what resonated and using it to grow. The man observed her with approval. You're beginning to understand the essence of authenticity, he said. It's not about seeking validation from others, but finding strength in your unique voice. With renewed determination, Elara faced the critics with confidence, inviting constructive feedback while remaining steadfast in her artistic vision. She began to see their comments not as threats, but as opportunities for growth. As the shadows receded, the warmth of acceptance enveloped her once more. But just when she thought she had conquered the challenge, a new wave of doubt crashed over her. A figure emerged from the crowd, a dark silhouette that loomed larger than the others, its voice dripping with disdain. You think you're an artist? It sneered. You'll never be good enough. Your work is nothing but a cheap imitation of real talent. Elara felt her heart race, the familiar pang of insecurity flooding back. This was the embodiment of her deepest fears. No, she whispered, almost to herself. But the man stepped beside her, his presence grounding. Remember, Elara, this voice represents only a fraction of the reality you face. Don't let it overshadow your passion. Taking a deep breath, Elara spoke with conviction. I won't let your words define me. Art is about self-expression, and I will create regardless of judgment. As her words echoed through the gallery, the dark figure began to dissolve, losing its power over her. The crowd erupted in applause once more, a chorus of support enveloping her. The man nodded in approval. You've faced the trials of authenticity with grace. Embrace this moment and carry it with you. Elara felt a profound sense of relief and accomplishment. She had navigated the challenges of vulnerability and judgment, emerging stronger and more self-aware. As the scene began to fade, the vibrant colors of the gallery transformed into a serene landscape filled with the sounds of nature. The sun cast a warm glow over her, illuminating the path ahead. Elara realized she was closer to her artistic destiny than ever before. As the serene landscape unfolded before her, Elara took a moment to absorb the beauty surrounding her. The air was fresh, filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and birds singing joyfully. She felt as if she were stepping into a new chapter of her life, a transition marked by growth, strength, and newfound authenticity. The man who had guided her through her trials stood beside her, a proud smile gracing his features. You've faced your fears and emerged victorious. Now, you must channel that strength into your art. This is the moment of transformation. What does that mean? Elara asked, curiosity bubbling within her. It means that the journey of an artist is not merely about creating. It's about evolving, embracing change, and understanding the power of your voice, he explained, gesturing toward the horizon. You must share your story with the world and let your art reflect your true self. With a newfound determination, Elara stepped forward, ready to embrace the next phase of her artistic journey. The landscape shifted again, transforming into a vibrant marketplace filled with booths showcasing the works of artists from around the world. Each display told a unique story, a tapestry woven from individual experiences and perspectives. As she wandered through the marketplace, she felt the energy of creativity pulsating in the air. Artists and visitors engaged in lively discussions, sharing ideas and inspiration. Elara approached a booth displaying paintings that resonated with her, a series of colorful abstract pieces that echoed her own journey. Your work is beautiful, she said to the artist, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes. How did you find your style? The artist smiled warmly. I embraced every part of my journey, even the challenges. Each stroke on the canvas is a reflection of my experiences, my emotions, and my growth. That's how I found my voice. Elara felt a spark of inspiration ignite within her. That's exactly what I'm learning. It's about being true to myself, Exactly, the woman replied, her eyes shining with wisdom. Art is a process of self-discovery. Don't shy away from expressing your truth, even if it feels vulnerable. That's where the magic happens. Fueled by the artist's encouragement, Elara moved deeper into the marketplace, absorbing the vibrant displays around her. Each artist had a story to share, stories of struggle, joy, heartache, and triumph. She realized that their journeys mirrored her own, creating a sense of camaraderie among them. But as she continued to explore, a sudden chill crept into the air. The vibrant colors began to dull, and an uneasy silence enveloped the marketplace. Elara glanced around, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Shadows began to slither along the edges of the stalls, whispering doubts and insecurities once more. "Maybe you don't belong here," a shadow hissed, its voice dripping with malice. "You're just an imposter pretending to be an artist." Elara's heart raced, the familiar wave of self-doubt crashing over her like a dark tide. But just as the shadows threatened to engulf her, she remembered the trials she had faced, the vulnerability, the judgment, the power of her own voice. "No," she whispered fiercely, shaking off the encroaching darkness. "I am an artist, and I will not be defined by fear." With that declaration, she felt the shadows retreat. The vibrant colors of the marketplace returned, and the air buzzed with energy once more. The man stood beside her, a proud smile on his face. "You've found your strength," he said. "Now, it's time to share your story through your art." As the atmosphere brightened, Elara felt a powerful surge of inspiration. She closed her eyes, envisioning her next creation, a piece that would encapsulate her journey, the struggles she had faced, and the triumph of embracing her authentic self. With newfound clarity, she began to paint. Each brushstroke was deliberate and purposeful, a reflection of the lessons she had learned throughout her journey. The colors flowed together, vibrant and expressive, telling a story of resilience and transformation. As she painted, the marketplace filled with onlookers, captivated by the emotion pouring from her canvas. The whispers of doubt faded into the background, replaced by the sounds of encouragement and admiration. "Elara, this is stunning," one viewer exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. "You've captured something profound," another added, nodding in appreciation. "Your art speaks volumes." Feeling a rush of gratitude, Elara continued to pour her heart into her work. The shadows had been silenced, and in their place blossomed a newfound confidence and connection. She realized that her art had the power to resonate with others, to inspire them, and to forge a sense of community among those who experienced her story. When she finally stepped back, breathless, Elara looked at her completed piece, a vibrant tapestry of color and emotion that conveyed her journey in its entirety. It was a celebration of her struggles and triumphs, a testament to the power of authenticity. As the crowd applauded, Elara felt a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. She was part of a community of artists, each with their own unique stories, and together they created a beautiful mosaic of human experience. The man stood beside her, his pride evident. "You have embraced your truth, and in doing so, you have transformed not only yourself but also those around you. This is the essence of your journey." With tears of joy in her eyes, Elara understood that she was no longer just a seeker of her artistic identity. She had become a creator, a storyteller, and a voice for others who felt the weight of self-doubt. She had found her place in the world, and it was a beautiful, vibrant space filled with possibility. As the applause echoed around her, Elara stood in a daze, the vibrant colors of her artwork swirling in her mind. She had transformed from a timid artist to a confident creator, embracing her identity and voice. Yet, beneath the surface of her newfound strength, a whisper of uncertainty lingered. What if her journey was not as complete as she believed? "Do you feel it?" the man beside her asked, his expression thoughtful. The shift in the air? Elara nodded, sensing an undercurrent of tension, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. "Yes, but something feels off." "It's your reflection," he replied, gesturing toward the crowd. "They see you as you wish to be seen. But are you truly ready to confront the shadows that remain?" Her heart raced at the thought. The applause, once a source of validation, now felt like an echo of her internal struggle. Elara glanced at her completed piece, a kaleidoscope of color that mirrored her journey. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was the haunting knowledge that her fears and insecurities had not vanished entirely. "I need to understand this feeling," she whispered, more to herself than to him. "Then you must delve deeper," he urged. "The shadows you've encountered are part of you. Embrace them. Only then can you find peace." With a deep breath, Elara stepped away from the crowd, feeling the weight of their expectations pressing down on her. She retreated to a quiet corner of the marketplace, seeking solace away from the thrumming energy surrounding her. As she sat alone, her thoughts spiraled. What if she hadn't truly transformed? What if her fears were merely lying dormant, waiting to resurface? She had fought hard to become an artist, yet self-doubt still clung to her like a shadow, whispering insecurities in her ear. Suddenly, the colors around her began to shift. The once vibrant marketplace darkened, and the familiar man faded into the background, his presence no longer a source of strength, but a reminder of her isolation. Shadows stretched across the ground, curling like tendrils around her ankles, and she felt the walls closing in. "Face us," a voice echoed, piercing through the darkness. "You can't escape what you truly are." Alara's breath hitched as she stood, the shadows swirling around her, each one a representation of her fears and regrets. "No, I won't let you take me again," she shouted, fighting against the tide of darkness. But they pressed in closer, their whispers rising in volume, taunting her. "You're just an imposter. You don't belong here. You'll never be enough." "Stop," Elara cried, clenching her fists. "I am enough. I've worked too hard to let you in." With that declaration, a fire ignited within her. She summoned the strength she had gained throughout her journey, pushing back against the shadows. Memories of her struggles flashed before her, moments of vulnerability, pain, and eventual triumph. Each memory fueled her resolve, illuminating the darkness that surrounded her. "I am not my fears," she declared, her voice stronger than before. "I am an artist, and my story matters." In that moment, the shadows began to waver, flickering like candle flames caught in a draft. Elara continued to fight, pouring every ounce of her heart and soul into her words. "I will not hide. I will embrace every part of myself, even the flawed and imperfect." As she spoke, the shadows started to dissolve, retreating into the corners of her mind. Light filled the space around her, illuminating the once dark marketplace. The man returned, a proud smile on his face as the shadows faded completely. "You have faced your greatest challenge," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "You've reclaimed your power." Elara took a moment to breathe deeply, feeling lighter and more whole than ever. But as the light enveloped her, a sense of realization washed over her. This battle was not the end. It was an ongoing journey. "I understand now," she whispered. "I will always have to confront these shadows, but that doesn't define my worth as an artist." With that newfound understanding, she turned back toward the vibrant marketplace, her heart swelling with purpose. The applause had returned, but this time it was different. This was not about her art alone. It was a celebration of resilience, vulnerability, and the human experience. Elara stepped forward, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "Thank you for being here with me today. I want to share not just my art, but the ongoing journey of self-discovery and acceptance. We all carry our shadows, but they don't diminish our light." The crowd responded with renewed energy, their applause resonating with understanding and connection. In that moment, Elara realized that she was not alone. Everyone around her carried their own battles, and together they formed a tapestry of shared experiences. She began to weave her story into the fabric of the marketplace, inviting others to share their journeys and vulnerabilities. The space transformed into a haven for artists and dreamers, where fears were acknowledged and creativity flourished. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the gathering, Elara understood that the journey of an artist was never truly finished. It was a lifelong exploration of self, a dance between light and shadow. With her heart full and her purpose clear, she smiled at the crowd, knowing that the true legacy of her journey would not only be her art, but the connections forged through shared vulnerability and authenticity. And in that realization, she found peace. The journey had just begun. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the quiet town of Eldridge Hollow, nestled between sprawling forests and misty hills, a chilling mystery lingered like the autumn fog that settled over the landscape. The air was heavy with secrets, and for one family, the past would soon rise to haunt them. At the heart of this tale was Clara Hawthorne, a young woman in her mid-20s with cascading chestnut hair and inquisitive green eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Clara was known for her vivid imagination, often lost in the pages of her beloved novels, where fantastical worlds intertwined with reality. But little did she know, her own story was about to take a dark and terrifying turn. It all began one fateful evening when Clara stumbled upon an old, dust-covered trunk in her late grandmother's attic. The trunk, worn and weathered, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it held whispers from a time long forgotten. Clara's heart raced as she pried open the rusty latch, revealing a trove of forgotten mementos, old photographs, trinkets, and a tattered journal that belonged to her grandmother. Intrigued, Clara carefully flipped through the fragile pages of the journal, each one filled with her grandmother's elegant script. The entry spoke of a long-lost twin, a sister named Lila, who had mysteriously vanished in the dark of night when they were just children. Clara's breath caught in her throat as she read about the profound bond they shared, a connection so deep that it transcended the boundaries of time and space. As she delved deeper into the journal, Clara uncovered tales of strange occurrences surrounding Lila's disappearance. The townsfolk whispered of eerie sightings, shadowy figures lurking in the woods, flickering lights in the old Hawthorne house at night, and the chilling sound of a child's laughter carried on the wind. Each entry painted a haunting picture of a sister whose presence still lingered in the shadows, waiting for someone to remember her. Clara's fascination with the tale soon morphed into an obsession. She felt an inexplicable pull to uncover the truth about Lila's disappearance, a nagging feeling that the secrets of the past were somehow intertwined with her own life. Driven by the desire to know her twin, Clara ventured into the dark woods that bordered Eldridge Hollow, the same woods where Lila had vanished so many years ago. As she walked deeper into the forest, an unsettling silence enveloped her. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease crept into Clara's heart. Yet, she pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery. Suddenly, she caught sight of a flickering light in the distance. Clara's heart raced as she approached the source, a small clearing bathed in an otherworldly glow. In the center stood an old, weathered oak tree, its trunk scarred with time. Beneath the tree, Clara discovered a small, ornate locket half buried in the ground. She knelt to retrieve it, brushing away the dirt to reveal a delicate engraving, two intertwined hearts. As she held the locket in her palm, a shiver ran down her spine. A sense of recognition washed over her, and a whisper echoed in her mind. "Find me." Clara's heart raced as she realized the locket belonged to Lila, a fragment of the sister she had never known. But before she could process the significance of her discovery, the atmosphere shifted. The flickering light dimmed, and the woods around her seemed to come alive with whispers, rustling leaves, and distant laughter. Clara's breath quickened, and she could feel a presence drawing nearer, a shadow that felt both familiar and foreign. "Clara," a voice called softly, as if carried by the wind. The sound was hauntingly sweet, echoing through the trees. Clara turned, searching for the source, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows danced around her, weaving in and out of her vision, taunting her with their elusive presence. "Lila," she whispered, a tremor of hope mingling with fear. But as the voice echoed through the trees, it became increasingly sinister, twisted with a sense of longing and despair. The laughter morphed into a chilling wail, and Clara's heart sank. Panic surged through her veins as she turned to flee, the forest closing in around her. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more pronounced, and the chilling laughter echoed in her mind. Clara stumbled through the underbrush, her breath coming in gasps as she raced back toward the safety of the familiar path. As she burst into the clearing, the moonlight bathed her in silver, and the whispers faded into the night. Heart pounding, Clara leaned against a tree, trying to catch her breath. The encounter had shaken her to her core, leaving her with a sense of dread that clung to her like a second skin. The truth about her long-lost twin was more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Lila was not merely a memory. She was a lingering presence, a haunting echo of the past that refused to fade. Clara felt a pull, a need to confront the shadows and uncover the secrets that had bound her family for decades. As she gazed into the darkness of the woods, Clara knew this was just the beginning of her journey, a journey that would lead her deeper into the heart of Eldridge Hollow and the terrifying truth about the twin she never had the chance to know. The following day, Clara awoke to a sense of unease that lingered like a specter in her room. The sunlight streamed through her window, illuminating the corners of her home, yet the warmth felt distant, overshadowed by the chilling memories of the night before. The locket sat on her nightstand, glimmering faintly as if beckoning her to uncover its secrets. Clara knew she couldn't ignore the pull of her twin's legacy any longer. She grabbed the locket, its delicate surface cool against her fingertips, and decided to visit the town library. Perhaps the dusty shelves would yield more clues about Lila's life and her disappearance. Eldridge Hollow's library was a quaint structure with towering bookshelves and an air of nostalgia. The scent of aged paper and ink wafted through the air as Clara stepped inside, her heart racing with anticipation. She approached the librarian, Mrs. Ellison, a stern yet kind woman who had known Clara since childhood. "Good morning, Clara. What brings you here today?" Mrs. Ellison inquired, peering over her glasses. "I'm looking for information about my grandmother's twin sister, Lila," Clara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Mrs. Ellison's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition passing across her features. "Ah, Lila Hawthorne. It's been many years since I've heard that name." She hesitated, then nodded. "Follow me." Clara followed Mrs. Ellison to a secluded section of the library filled with local history. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering through the windows as they approached a shelf lined with old newspapers and yellowed clippings. "There are a few articles here that mention the Hawthorne family," Mrs. Ellison said, pulling out a stack of papers. Lila's disappearance was quite the mystery in this town. Clara's heart raced as she sifted through the clippings, her eyes scanning for any mention of her twin. The first article detailed the day Lila vanished, how she had been playing outside in the garden when her parents realized she was missing. Neighbors had joined the search, combing the woods and surrounding areas, but she was nowhere to be found. Another article mentioned strange sightings in the woods, children claiming to see a girl with long hair and a white dress flitting through the trees. Clara's breath quickened as she read these accounts. The descriptions resonated with her own experience from the night before. "What happened to her?" Clara asked, her voice trembling. "Did they ever find her?" Mrs. Ellison frowned, her brow furrowing with concern. "No, dear. After weeks of searching, they had to accept that Lila was gone. But some say her spirit still lingers, bound to this world by the love she shared with her family." The notion sent chills down Clara's spine. Had Lila's spirit truly been watching over her, waiting for someone to uncover the truth? She felt an overwhelming urge to learn more, to honor her sister's memory. "Do you have anything else?" Clara asked, desperation creeping into her tone. Mrs. Ellison nodded, pulling out an old leather-bound book. "This contains accounts from people who lived in Eldridge Hollow during the time of Lila's disappearance. It might offer more insight." Clara carefully accepted the book, its cover worn and cracked. She opened it, the pages fragile and brittle. The first entry detailed the night Lila vanished, an eerie account of a storm brewing, with dark clouds swallowing the moonlight. The author wrote about feeling an unsettling presence that night, as if the very air was charged with a sense of foreboding. Lila was said to have a special connection with the woods, Mrs. Ellison added, watching Clara's reaction closely. Many believed that she could hear things others couldn't, perhaps even spirits calling out to her. A sense of dread settled in Clara's chest. Was it possible that Lila had ventured into the woods, drawn by a force she couldn't comprehend? The more she learned, the more questions flooded her mind. As she continued to read, Clara came across a drawing tucked between the pages, a sketch of a small, dilapidated cabin hidden deep within the woods. Its windows were dark, and the door hung slightly ajar, as if inviting someone in. The cabin bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had glimpsed during her nocturnal wanderings. "Do you recognize this cabin?" Clara asked, pointing to the drawing. Mrs. Ellison peered at it, her expression shifting to one of concern. "That old place has been abandoned for years. Some say it's haunted, that it's where the spirits of the lost linger." Clara felt a surge of determination. The cabin might hold the answer she sought. With the sun setting, she knew she had to venture back into the woods, back to where her twin spirit had first beckoned her. "Thank you, Mrs. Ellison," Clara said, clutching the book tightly. "I need to find this cabin." As she left the library, the weight of the journal and the locket in her pocket seemed to pulse with energy. She could no longer ignore the connection to Lila that was deeply rooted within her. Back at home, Clara gathered her courage and prepared for the journey. She grabbed a flashlight, a notebook to document her findings, and the locket. Its presence now felt like a talisman guiding her through the darkness. The woods loomed ahead, the shadows growing longer as the sun dipped below the horizon. Clara took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of trepidation and resolve. She stepped onto the path that led into the heart of the forest, the familiar sounds of rustling leaves and distant calls filling the air. As she walked deeper into the woods, Clara felt an odd sense of belonging. It was as if the trees were welcoming her back, urging her to continue the search for Lila. The whispers of the past echoed around her, growing louder as she approached the clearing where the cabin stood. Suddenly, the air changed. A cold breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of laughter, childlike and haunting. Clara's heart raced as she moved closer, her flashlight illuminating the dilapidated structure that loomed before her. There was the cabin, just as she had seen in the drawing. The door creaked open as if inviting her in, and Clara felt a strange compulsion to step inside. But the moment she crossed the threshold, a chill enveloped her, and the laughter faded into silence. The dim light revealed a dusty interior, filled with cobwebs and shadows. Clara felt her heartbeat quicken, a mixture of fear and excitement surging through her. This was where her journey would truly begin, a confrontation with the past and a chance to uncover the secrets of her long-lost twin. As she stepped further into the cabin, she sensed she was not alone. The air inside the cabin was thick with dust and the weight of forgotten memories. Clara stepped cautiously, her flashlight beams slicing through the darkness, revealing fragments of a life once lived within these walls. The wooden floor creaked under her weight, and she felt a shiver travel down her spine as she glanced around the room. Old furniture lay scattered, draped in a shroud of dust, as if time had frozen in place. A small table with a chipped surface stood in the corner, its legs twisted and broken, while an old rocking chair creaked softly, as if stirred by an unseen hand. Clara's breath quickened. She felt as though she had stepped into a moment suspended in time. As she explored, her eyes landed on a faded photograph tacked to the wall. It was a picture of two young girls, their arms wrapped around each other, laughter frozen on their faces. Clara's heart raced. There was Lila, her twin, with an impish grin and the same chestnut hair that Clara possessed. It was a snapshot of a joy that had been lost, and Clara felt a pang of sorrow for the sister she had never known. "Lila," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. The name echoed in the stillness of the cabin, sending a ripple of unease through her. Suddenly, a sound cut through the silence, a faint whisper, almost indistinguishable, yet unmistakably there. Clara froze, straining to hear. It was a child's voice, soft and melodic, calling her name. "Clara." She turned her flashlight toward the source, her heart pounding. The voice seemed to come from a small doorway, leading to a cramped room at the back of the cabin. With cautious steps, Clara approached, her instincts screaming at her to turn back, yet she felt drawn forward. As she crossed the threshold into the dimly lit room, she was met with a sight that sent her heart racing. There, in the far corner, stood a dusty mirror, its glass tarnished and cracked. Clara's reflection stared back at her, but behind her, she could make out another figure, translucent and faint, a girl with long, flowing hair and a white dress, just like in the photograph. "Lila," Clara gasped, the name spilling from her lips in a rush of disbelief. The figure smiled gently, an ethereal glow radiating from her presence. The room felt electric, as if the air itself was charged with energy. Clara stepped closer, her heart aching with the need to reach out, to touch the sister she had longed for all her life. But just as she extended her hand, the figure flickered, the glow dimming as if the very essence of Lila was being pulled back into the shadows. "Clara, you must listen." Lila's voice floated through the air, haunting yet comforting. "You are not safe here." "What do you mean?" Clara asked, her voice trembling. "I've come to find you. I need to understand what happened." Lila's gaze shifted, a flicker of fear crossing her features. "They are watching. The darkness holds me captive. You must leave this place before it consumes you too." The warning sent chills racing down Clara's spine. She glanced around the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread seep into her bones. "I can't leave you," she pleaded, desperation lacing her words. "I need to know the truth. I need to help you." Lila's expression softened, her voice filled with sorrow. "You cannot help me, Clara. The past is tangled in shadows. You must break the cycle before it is too late." With that, Lila's figure flickered again, the glow fading like a dying ember. Clara felt an icy grip on her heart as the space around her seemed to close in, the walls of the cabin trembling as if alive. Panic surged through her, and she knew she had to act fast. "Lila, wait!" Clara shouted, but the room was silent. The figure vanished, leaving only the cold emptiness behind. Clara stumbled backward, her mind racing. She needed answers, and the locket in her pocket pulsed with energy, as if urging her to keep searching. She glanced at the mirror once more, hoping for a glimpse of her twin, but the only reflection staring back was her own, wide-eyed and filled with dread. Determined not to succumb to fear, Clara turned her attention to the rest of the room. She searched the cramped space, her fingers grazing over the dusty surfaces, looking for anything that could help unravel the mystery of Lila's fate. In the far corner, she noticed a stack of old books, their spines cracked and faded. One title caught her eye, Whispers from the Forgotten, Tales of Eldridge Hollow. Pulling the book from the pile, Clara opened it cautiously. The pages were filled with stories of the town's haunted past, tales of lost children, spirits seeking closure, and a darkness that loomed over the forest. Clara's heart raced as she read about a legend tied to the Hawthorne family, one that warned of a malevolent spirit that thrived on the sadness of lost souls. "Lila, I will find a way to save you," Clara murmured, determination flooding her veins. The words echoed in the cabin, as if the walls themselves absorbed her promise. Just then, a loud crash resonated from outside, startling Clara. The sound reverberated through the cabin, shaking the very foundation. Heart pounding, she rushed to the window, her breath catching as she peered into the gathering darkness. The woods were alive with movement. Shadows twisted and turned, and the faint outline of figures darted among the trees. Clara's instinct screamed at her to flee, but a part of her remained rooted in place, curiosity and fear battling within her. Then, she caught sight of a figure, a girl with long hair, dressed in white, standing just beyond the tree line. Clara's heart raced, hope igniting within her. Could it be Lila? Before she could think, Clara opened the cabin door and stepped outside. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, and the forest was alive with whispers, the trees seeming to beckon her closer. As she stepped further into the darkness, she felt a tug at her heart, a connection that drew her forward. "Clara," the voice called again, more urgent this time, and she recognized it as Lila's. The girl stood at the edge of the clearing, her figure flickering like a candle in the wind. "Wait, I'm coming," Clara shouted, her feet moving of their own accord. But as she approached, the shadows shifted, swirling around her, obscuring her path. The laughter echoed once more, a chorus of voices that sent shivers down her spine. "Don't trust them," Lila's voice warned, but Clara couldn't discern where the warning was coming from, lost in the chaos of the moment. Suddenly, The shadows coalesced, forming a dark figure that loomed before her. Clara's heart dropped as the figure stepped forward, its presence suffocating. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices merging into one. "You should not have come here," it hissed, the voice deep and resonant, echoing in the depths of her mind. Clara's instinct screamed to turn back, but she pressed forward, fueled by the love she felt for her twin. "Lila," Clara cried out, searching desperately for her sister. The darkness seemed to twist around her, drawing her into a realm where fear reigned supreme. In that moment, Clara understood the truth. She was not merely a seeker of answers. She was a part of a long-standing battle between light and darkness, and the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. As the figure loomed closer, Clara steeled herself. She would confront the shadows, face the fears that had haunted her family for generations, and uncover the truth about her twin. "I will not leave you behind," Clara shouted defiantly, summoning every ounce of courage within her. The darkness hesitated, the whispers faltering as she stood her ground, a beacon of light against the encroaching gloom. The shadows hesitated, swirling around Clara like a tempest. For a fleeting moment, she felt a strange energy course through her, a warmth that wrapped around her like a protective cocoon. But just as quickly, the chill returned, and the dark figure loomed closer, its form shifting and twisting, an embodiment of fear and despair. "You should not have come here," it growled, its voice echoing in the hollow of the woods, mingling with the whispering wind. "You have no idea what you're meddling with." Clara's heart raced, but she stood her ground. "I'm here for my sister. I won't let you take her," she declared, her voice steady despite the terror coursing through her veins. The figure laughed, a low, sinister sound that resonated in the very marrow of her bones. "Your sister is lost, trapped within the darkness you see before you. There is nothing you can do to save her." With a surge of adrenaline, Clara took a step forward, fueled by determination. "I refuse to believe that. Lila is out there, and I will find her." As if provoked by her defiance, the figure lunged forward, the darkness enveloping Clara like a thick fog. She felt its icy fingers brush against her skin, pulling her closer, threatening to drag her into the depths of despair. In that moment, Clara remembered Lila's words. "You must break the cycle before it is too late. Get away from me," Clara shouted, summoning all the strength she could muster. In an instant, she reached for the locket hanging around her neck. The cool metal felt alive, vibrating with energy as she clutched it tightly. "Leave her alone," Clara cried, and as she did, the locket glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the shadows around her. The darkness recoiled, the sinister figure faltering in the face of her courage. "Impossible," it hissed, the fear now palpable in its voice. "You dare to challenge me?" With newfound resolve, Clara took another step forward, the light from the locket piercing through the gloom. "I am not afraid of you. I will find my sister." The figure shrieked, a sound that reverberated through the trees, and Clara could see the shadows twisting and writhing, struggling against the light. The forest seemed to respond, the trees rustling, and the wind picking up as if rallying behind her. "Lila," Clara shouted, hoping her sister could hear her through the chaos. "I'm here. I won't leave without you." Suddenly, the dark figure lunged again, this time reaching for Clara's throat. In a split second, she dodged to the side, narrowly escaping its grasp. The air crackled with tension as the figure retreated, momentarily disoriented by her defiance. In that fleeting moment, Clara saw it, a glimmer of white just beyond the shadows, a faint silhouette that resembled Lila. Hope surged within her, igniting a fire in her chest. "Lila," Clara called out, her voice echoing through the trees. "I'm coming for you." The shadows seemed to retreat, the oppressive darkness lifting ever so slightly. Clara could feel Lila's presence drawing closer, a connection that transcended the veil separating them. "Clara," Lila's voice floated through the air, ethereal and gentle. "You must be careful. The darkness is powerful." "I know, but I can't leave you," Clara cried out, determination fueling her every word. "We can break this together. The dark figure screeched in anger, a desperate sound that echoed through the woods. You think you can break the bond? You will never escape this place. With each word, the shadows writhed, attempting to reassert their grip on Clara. But she stood firm, holding the locket high, the light intensifying. I refuse to let you take us. I am stronger than this darkness. As she spoke, the light from the locket pulsed with a rhythm of its own, creating a barrier between Clara and the figure. It recoiled further, and Clara took a step closer, her eyes locked on the faint outline of Lila in the distance. Trust me, Lila, Clara shouted, her heart pounding in her chest. We're stronger together. In response, Lila's silhouette brightened, and the shadows that had once consumed her began to dissipate. Clara felt a rush of energy surge through her, as if Lila's spirit was fighting alongside her. With one final push, Clara lunged forward, the light from the locket blazing like a beacon. I won't let the darkness win. The dark figure shrieked again, but this time, there was an element of desperation in its cry. The shadows began to break apart, unraveling like smoke in the wind. Clara could feel the pull of Lila's essence drawing closer, the bond between them growing stronger. As Clara reached the edge of the clearing, she saw Lila's face more clearly. Clara, Lila's voice rang out, filled with hope and urgency. Help me break free. With one last surge of energy, Clara extended her hand, reaching for Lila. Take my hand. Together, we can escape this. In that moment, the darkness swirled violently, but Clara's determination pierced through the chaos. Lila's hand stretched out, ethereal and shimmering, grasping Clara's tightly. And then, the world exploded in light. As Clara and Lila intertwined their fingers, a brilliant radiance enveloped them, pushing the darkness back with a force that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cabin. The shadows screamed and writhed, but their voices were drowned out by the crescendo of light. For a brief moment, Clara felt weightless, as if they were soaring through the air, freed from the constraints of the physical world. Memories flooded her mind, shared laughter, whispered secrets, and a bond that transcended time and space. But then, a sudden jolt of resistance pulled Clara back. She felt the darkness tugging at them, trying to pull Lila away. Hold on, Clara shouted, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. Don't let go, Clara, Lila cried out, the urgency in her voice piercing through the tumult. We can break this. Together. Clara focused all her energy on their intertwined hands, the warmth of Lila's presence igniting a fire within her. We are stronger than this, she declared, and with that, she summoned the light from the locket, channeling it into their bond. The darkness shrieked, a cacophony of rage and fear that echoed through the woods. But Clara felt the shadows begin to loosen their grip, the weight of despair lifting as the light expanded. The very essence of the forest seemed to awaken, resonating with their resolve. In a blinding flash, the world around them erupted into brilliance. Clara felt a surge of warmth wash over her, a sense of freedom and peace enveloping them both. The dark figure, now nothing but a whisper in the wind, dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the light behind. And just like that, Clara found herself standing in the clearing, the cabin now shrouded in light, as the darkness faded away into the trees. Clara blinked, her heart racing, and when she looked down, she found herself holding the locket, a vibrant glow radiating from it. In her other hand, she felt Lila's presence, warm and tangible, the sister she had longed for finally standing beside her. Clara, Lila exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. You did it. Clara couldn't believe it. We did it, she corrected, laughter bubbling from her lips. We broke free. As they embraced, Clara felt a warmth envelop her, a sense of completeness she had never known. The bond between them had been forged anew, stronger than ever. But amidst the joy, Clara felt a lingering heaviness in her heart. What about the darkness? She asked, pulling back to look at Lila. Will it come back? Lila's expression softened, her eyes shimmering with understanding. The darkness will always exist, but it no longer has power over us. Together, we can protect each other from it. Clara nodded, the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. I'll always be here for you, Lila, no matter what. As they stood together in the clearing, the forest around them began to brighten, the shadows retreating as the sun dipped below the horizon. Clara realized that this was just the beginning of their journey, a journey of healing, discovery, and an unbreakable bond. Hand in hand, they walked away from the cabin, stepping into the light and leaving the past behind. Together, they would navigate the world, facing whatever challenges lay ahead. As Clara and Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the last remnants of twilight danced around them, casting a serene glow over the landscape. The tension from their encounter with the darkness lingered in the air, but the warmth of their reunion overshadowed the fear that had gripped Clara's heart. With each step, Clara marveled at the beauty of the forest, now illuminated by the fading light of day. It felt alive, the rustling leaves whispering secrets, and the gentle breeze carrying a promise of hope. Do you feel that? Clara asked, glancing at Lila. Lila smiled, a sparkle of mischief in her eyes. It feels like a fresh start, doesn't it? Clara nodded, her spirit lifting. It's like the forest is welcoming us back. But beneath her excitement, a thread of unease tugged at her thoughts. The encounter with the dark figure weighed heavily on her mind, reminding her of the threat still lurking in the shadows. Do you think it will come back? Clara voiced her concern, glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see the figure trailing behind them. Lila took a deep breath, her expression thoughtful. Perhaps, but we've broken its hold over us. Together, we're stronger than we know. Their conversation trailed off as they continued walking, the path winding ahead. Soon, they stumbled upon a clearing they had never seen before, surrounded by towering trees and bathed in the golden light of dusk. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone well, covered in vines and surrounded by wildflowers. What is this place? Clara wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Lila approached the well, brushing her fingers over the rough stone. It feels familiar, like it's been waiting for us. Clara joined her, peering into the dark depths of the well. Do you think it's safe? She asked hesitantly, half expecting the darkness to rise from within. We have to find out, Lila replied, a spark of adventure igniting in her eyes. Maybe it holds the key to understanding what we just faced. With a nod of determination, Clara retrieved a small stone from the ground, the weight of it feeling reassuring in her palm. She dropped it into the well and listened intently. The sound echoed down, disappearing into the darkness. Moments later, the distant splash reverberated, as if the well had absorbed the stone and its secrets. Suddenly, an ethereal light flickered at the bottom of the well, illuminating the shadows and casting dancing reflections on the stones surrounding them. Clara's breath caught in her throat. Did you see that? Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. There's something down there. Clara's heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement. What do we do now? Lila looked around the clearing, her brow furrowing in thought. We need to get closer. Maybe we can find a way to see what's inside without getting too close to the edge. They scoured the area, searching for anything they could use to peer into the well. After a moment, Clara spotted a fallen branch nearby. This could work, she exclaimed, picking it up and carefully extending it toward the well. As the branch neared the light, a gentle hum resonated in the air, growing stronger with proximity. Clara and Lila exchanged curious glances. What is that? Clara wondered. Only one way to find out, Lila said, encouragingly. With a steady hand, Clara lowered the branch further until it touched the surface of the water. The moment it did, the light intensified, bathing the clearing in a soft glow. Clara felt a rush of energy pulse through her, and the well responded, rippling as if it were alive. Clara, look. Lila pointed, her voice filled with awe. Images began to swirl within the well's depths, visions of the past flickering like a film reel. Clara saw glimpses of their childhood, joyful moments spent together, laughter echoing through sunlit fields. But then, the images shifted, revealing darker scenes. A shadowy figure, their parents arguing, and a fractured bond that had once been whole. Is that us? Clara gasped, the weight of recognition settling over her. It's showing us our history. I think it's trying to tell us something, Lila replied, her eyes glued to the images. But why now? Before Clara could respond, the light pulsed again, brighter this time, and the well began to speak in soft whispers, voices entwined in echoes of love, fear, and longing. Find the truth, they urged, a chorus of haunting melodies weaving through the air. Break the cycle. What does that mean? Clara whispered, bewildered. The pressure of their past seemed to loom larger, and the burden of their family history weighed heavily on her shoulders. I don't know, Lila admitted, her voice shaking slightly, but I think we need to uncover more. It feels like it knows. With renewed determination, Clara nodded. Let's dig deeper. Maybe we can find answers. They set to work, clearing away the wildflowers and debris surrounding the well. Clara felt the earth beneath her fingers, the raw power of the connection they were forging with their past. With every layer they removed, the whispers grew clearer, guiding them toward the truth that lay hidden within their family's history. After what felt like hours of relentless digging, they unearthed an old, rusty key nestled in the earth. Clara brushed the dirt away, the metal glinting in the waning light. Look, she exclaimed, holding it up triumphantly. This must unlock something. What could it open? Lila wondered, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Clara's heart raced as she scanned the clearing, searching for a lock that might match the key. Her gaze fell back to the well, where the light still flickered, pulsing rhythmically. Maybe it opened something deeper, Clara suggested, her breath hitching in anticipation. Let's try, Lila replied, her voice steady as she gripped Clara's arm. Together, they approached the well again, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Clara took a deep breath and lowered the key toward the ancient stone lock embedded in the side of the well. As she inserted it, the moment it clicked into place, the whispers crescendoed into a harmonious chorus, enveloping them in a warm embrace. The well's light exploded outward, illuminating the entire clearing in a brilliant glow. Clara and Lila shielded their eyes, and when they looked again, the well had transformed into a shimmering portal, pulsating with energy. Are you ready? Clara asked, her heart racing with both fear and excitement. More than ever, Lila replied, her smile radiant with determination. Hand in hand, they stepped closer to the portal, feeling its magnetic pull. As they crossed the threshold, the world around them began to fade, replaced by swirling colors and echoes of laughter, remnants of a past they were about to uncover. As Clara and Lila stepped through the portal, the world around them transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. They found themselves in a vast, ethereal landscape, a place where the sky was a brilliant hue of lavender, and the ground beneath their feet sparkled like crushed diamonds. An otherworldly energy pulsed in the air, thrumming with possibilities. What is this place? Clara breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. I think we're in a realm of memories, Lila speculated, her voice echoing as if they were surrounded by an unseen audience. It feels different, like a dream that is yet to be fully formed. They began to walk cautiously, the ground soft and springy beneath them. As they moved forward, vibrant images began to materialize around them, glimpses of their childhood, moments frozen in time. Clara saw herself playing in the yard, her younger self laughing as she chased butterflies, and Lila running beside her, their carefree laughter ringing in the air. But as they ventured deeper, the memories shifted, revealing darker scenes. They watched their parents arguing, the tension thick enough to cut through. Clara felt a pang in her heart as the memories twisted and turned, showing glimpses of fear and isolation. Why are these memories here? Clara whispered, feeling the weight of sorrow enveloping her. I think we need to confront them, Lila replied, her expression serious. This realm is giving us a chance to understand our past, to confront what we've been avoiding. Clara nodded, steeling herself as she stepped closer to one of the swirling images. Let's do it together, she said, reaching for Lila's hand. As they grasped each other tightly, they were suddenly pulled into the memory, the vibrant colors swirling around them until they found themselves in their childhood home. a place that felt both familiar and alien. The room was filled with the sound of raised voices, their parents arguing in the kitchen. Clara and Lila stood at the threshold, invisible to the world around them. "I can't keep doing this," their mother's voice cracked, filled with anguish. "The stress is too much. We're falling apart." "Don't say that," their father shouted, his voice echoing with desperation. "We can fix this. We just need to try harder." Clara's heart ached as she watched the scene unfold, feeling the intensity of their parents' pain. "This is why we were separated," she whispered. "They were so consumed by their struggles that they couldn't see us." Lila squeezed her hand tightly. "We need to help them, to remind them of the love they had for each other." But Clara felt the pull of fear, the instinct to turn away from the confrontation. "What if it's too late?" she murmured. "It's never too late," Lila said fiercely. "We can't change the past, but we can understand it. That's what this realm is giving us, a chance to learn." With newfound courage, Clara stepped forward, calling out to her parents. "Mom, Dad, remember us." But her voice echoed into the void, unheard. The argument intensified, their parents oblivious to the girl's presence. Clara's heart raced as she felt the weight of despair closing in on them. "It's not working," she cried, desperation creeping into her voice. "Wait," Lila exclaimed, her eyes brightening. "What if we show them what they've lost?" As Clara watched the memory unfold, she felt a surge of determination. "Let's do it," she agreed. Together, they focused on the love and joy they shared as children, channeling their energy into the room. Clara envisioned the laughter, the comfort of being a family, and the moments of love they had once shared. Lila joined her, creating a vivid tapestry of memories that glowed with warmth and light. The scene around them began to shift, the dark tension fading as laughter filled the air. Clara's childhood self appeared in the kitchen, drawing their parents' attention. "Look, Mom! Look, Dad!" her younger self exclaimed, beaming with joy as she held out a drawing. The parents paused, their expressions softening as they turned to see their children. The argument faded into the background, replaced by the warmth of family love. Clara watched as her parents knelt to admire the drawing, their faces lighting up with smiles. "Beautiful!" their mother exclaimed, embracing Clara tightly. "You're so talented." "I love it, sweetheart," their father added, ruffling Clara's hair affectionately. "This is amazing." Tears filled Clara's eyes as she witnessed the transformation, the love radiating from her parents filling the room. "We did it," she gasped, overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment. But as quickly as it began, the memory began to fade. The colors dimmed, and the warmth receded, leaving Clara and Lila standing in the swirling mist of the memory realm. "Did we help them?" Clara asked, her voice trembling. "We reminded them of what they had," Lila replied softly. "But we need to confront the darker parts of our past too. This is just the beginning." They moved deeper into the realm, determined to face the shadows that lingered. Each memory they encountered revealed deeper truths about their family, the heartache of separation, and the consequences of their parents' choices. With each confrontation, Clara felt the weight of her past lift slightly, the pain becoming a part of her story, but no longer a chain that bound her. Finally, they arrived at a shadowy image, a dark figure looming over a smaller version of Clara, whispering words of fear and doubt. Clara's heart raced as she recognized the figure. It was her own self, lost in the abyss of despair. "This is the darkness we need to face," Lila urged, her voice firm. "It's the part of you that has been consumed by fear." "No, I can't," Clara protested, her heart pounding with terror. Together, Lila said, squeezing Clara's hand, "We'll confront it together." As they stepped closer to the dark figure, Clara's breath hitched in her throat. The figure turned, revealing a twisted, distorted version of herself. "You're not strong enough," the shadow hissed. "You'll always be alone." "Stop," Clara shouted, her voice echoing in the abyss. "You don't control me anymore." The dark figure laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Clara's spine. "You think you can escape? You're forever trapped in this cycle." But Lila stood firm beside Clara. "You are not alone. We are here, and we will break this cycle together." The words resonated through the air, igniting a spark within Clara. "I am strong," she declared, her voice steadying. "I choose love over fear." With that declaration, Clara and Lila combined their energies, focusing on the love they shared, the joy of sisterhood that had withstood the test of time. The light they conjured enveloped the shadow, illuminating the darkness and revealing its vulnerability. The dark figure shrieked, the sound echoing in agony, and began to dissolve into the light, the fear and doubt shattering around them like glass. Clara felt a weight lift off her shoulders, a sense of freedom washing over her. As the darkness faded, the realm around them transformed once again, becoming brighter and more vibrant. The whispers that had filled the air now turned into harmonious melodies, celebrating their victory over fear. "Clara, we did it!" Lila exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Clara felt tears of relief fill her eyes. "We broke the cycle. We faced our fears together." Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shift, and they found themselves standing at the edge of another portal, shimmering with possibilities. "Are you ready for what comes next?" Lila asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clara nodded, her heart racing with anticipation. "Let's see what lies beyond." Together, they stepped through the portal, leaving behind the shadows of their past and embracing the dawn of a new beginning. As Clara and Lila emerged from the portal, they found themselves in a serene, sunlit glade surrounded by towering trees. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft sounds of nature. It felt like a world untouched by darkness, a stark contrast to the shadows they had just faced. "Where are we?" Clara asked, glancing around, awestruck by the beauty of their surroundings. "I don't know, but it feels peaceful," Lila replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "Maybe this is a reward for facing our fears." As they stepped forward, the glade transformed before their eyes. The vibrant colors morphed into vivid images, and Clara realized they were once again witnessing a tapestry of memories. Scenes from their childhood played out like a storybook, each moment glowing with warmth. Clara saw herself and Lila building a treehouse, their laughter echoing in the air as they hung colorful ribbons from the branches. She felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, reminding her of the innocence and joy they once shared. But as they continued walking, the images began to shift again. Clara spotted a scene that made her heart sink, a vision of their parents standing apart, looking desolate and alone, their expressions etched with regret. "Why are they like this?" Clara whispered, her heart aching for them. "They've been separated for so long," Lila said gently. "They need to remember what brought them together in the first place." Determined to help, Clara stepped closer to the scene. "We can remind them of their love," she declared, remembering the warmth they had felt when facing their fears. Suddenly, the scene morphed again, shifting to a memory of their parents' wedding day, a day filled with love and joy. Clara and Lila stood on the sidelines, watching their younger selves throw flower petals, the air alive with laughter and happiness. Clara felt tears well in her eyes as she took in the scene. They were so happy then. What happened to them? "We can help them find their way back," Lila replied, her voice filled with conviction. "But we need to show them what they've lost." Together, they focused on the memory, pouring their hearts into the scene, conjuring the joy and love of that day. The colors brightened, and Clara and Lila watched as their parents began to smile, their faces softening as the warmth of love enveloped them. "Do you remember the promises we made?" their mother said, her voice tender. "We promised to always support each other, and we can't forget that," their father replied, his eyes reflecting the light of their shared memories. But then, shadows crept back into the scene, and Clara felt her heart race as the tension returned. "No, we have to keep the darkness away," she urged, desperate to maintain the light. Lila stepped forward, her voice steady. "You can choose love over fear. Remember the joy you once shared." As they spoke, the shadows receded, leaving only the warmth of love surrounding their parents. Clara's heart soared as she witnessed their smiles grow, the connection rekindling before her eyes. Suddenly, the glade transformed, the air shimmering as it shifted into a bustling marketplace filled with laughter and music. Clara and Lila were swept into the vibrant scene, surrounded by colorful stalls and lively chatter. What is this place? Clara wondered aloud, her senses igniting with excitement. I think it's a place of choice, Lila said, her eyes scanning the vibrant atmosphere. A crossroads where their paths can intertwine again. As they moved through the marketplace, Clara spotted familiar faces, friends and family from their past, all gathered, celebrating life. The joy was palpable, and Clara felt her heart swell with hope. They need to remember these connections. Let's show them, Lila exclaimed, leading Clara to the center of the marketplace. Together, they called out to the crowd, inviting everyone to join in the celebration. The laughter grew louder, and the music enveloped them, drawing people closer. Clara felt the warmth of love and camaraderie radiate from the gathering, igniting a spark of hope within her. Let's create a memory for them, Clara suggested, her heart racing with determination. With that thought, they began to dance, spinning and twirling in the vibrant atmosphere. The crowd joined them, laughter ringing out like music. Clara felt the joy swell within her, each beat of the music igniting the memories they were trying to weave together. As they danced, Clara caught sight of their parents standing at the edge of the marketplace, hesitant and unsure. The shadows of doubt loomed over them, but Clara knew they could overcome it. Mom, Dad, join us, Clara shouted, her voice breaking through the noise. Remember the love that brought us together. Their parents exchanged uncertain glances, but Clara felt the pull of love urging them forward. The warmth of the marketplace surrounded them, and slowly, they began to move closer, drawn in by the joy radiating from the crowd. As they joined in the dance, the atmosphere shifted, the shadows receding further. Clara watched in awe as their parents began to smile, laughter spilling from their lips, and the weight of their struggles lifted momentarily. This is what love feels like, Lila shouted, her voice filled with joy. The music swelled, and Clara could see the transformation in their parents' faces. The shadows that had haunted them for so long began to dissipate, revealing the light of their connection. But just as the joy reached its peak, a familiar darkness crept back into the scene, threatening to shatter the moment. The once vibrant colors dulled, and Clara felt a chill sweep through the air. No, Clara cried, desperation creeping in. We can't let the darkness win. Lila squeezed her hand tightly. We have to remind them of the strength of their love. They must choose to fight against the shadows. With renewed determination, Clara and Lila focused their energy on their parents, channeling the love they felt. They envisioned their family, together, united, and unbreakable. The darkness began to push back, but Clara refused to give in. Love is stronger than fear, she shouted, her voice echoing with conviction. The shadows recoiled as the power of love surged through the air, creating a barrier between their parents and the encroaching darkness. The marketplace erupted in light, illuminating the path forward. Clara watched in awe as their parents stepped forward, hand in hand, the bond of love rekindled and strengthened. We choose each other, they declared in unison, their voices intertwining like a harmonious melody. The darkness shattered, replaced by a brilliant light that enveloped the entire marketplace. Clara and Lila stood together, hearts racing as they witnessed the power of love breaking the chains of fear and despair. As the light faded, they found themselves back in the glade, the atmosphere now filled with a profound sense of peace. Clara felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over her. Did we do it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lila nodded, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes. We faced our fears and reminded them of their love. They have a chance now. As they stood in the glade, a sense of completeness filled Clara's heart. She felt lighter, unburdened by the weight of the past. The shadows that had loomed over her family began to fade, replaced by a renewed sense of hope and connection. Now what? Clara asked, glancing at Lila, who smiled brightly. Now we continue our journey, Lila replied. There are still more truths to uncover, and the love we've kindled will guide us. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped forward into the next chapter of their adventure, ready to embrace whatever awaited them beyond the horizon. As Clara and Lila ventured deeper into the glade, they felt the atmosphere shift once more. The tranquility that had enveloped them began to wane, replaced by an unsettling energy. The air thickened, and the vibrant colors around them dulled to muted hues, reminiscent of the shadows they had fought against. "What's happening?" Clara asked, her heart racing as she exchanged worried glances with Lila. "I think we're about to confront the source of the darkness," Lila replied, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We've ignited love within our family, but the shadows still linger. We have to face it together." The ground beneath them trembled, and a chilling wind swept through the glade, rustling the leaves and casting eerie shadows. Clara felt the familiar sensation of fear creeping back into her heart. The memories of despair and loneliness threatened to resurface, but she steeled herself. "We can't let it win," Clara said, her voice firmer than before. "We've come too far to back down now." As if responding to her determination, the shadows coalesced into a swirling mass before them. Clara and Lila stood their ground, watching as the darkness took form, becoming a menacing figure cloaked in shadow. Its eyes glowed with a sinister light, piercing through the dimness. "You think you can banish me?" the figure hissed, its voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the glade. "I am the embodiment of your fears and regrets. You cannot escape me." Clara felt a surge of fear wash over her, memories of past traumas flashing before her eyes. The figure represented everything she had fought against: loss, abandonment, and the pain of separation. But Lila squeezed her hand tightly, grounding Clara in the moment. "We've already faced you once. We won't let you take us down again." With newfound determination, Clara took a step forward, her voice steady. "You are not stronger than our love. You feed on our fears, but we will not give you that power anymore." The shadow figure recoiled, its form flickering as if struggling against the light emanating from Clara and Lila. They focused on the love they had reignited within their family, allowing it to flow through them like a radiant beam. The figure snarled, its eyes narrowing. "Love? You think that will save you? I thrive on your darkest moments." "No," Clara shouted, her voice echoing with conviction. "Love is our strength. It gives us hope, courage, and the will to fight." As they stood united, the light around them intensified, pushing back against the shadows. The figure writhed, its form destabilizing as the energy of love surged forth. Clara could feel the warmth radiating from her heart, intertwining with Lila's resolve. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the figure, a sound filled with rage and despair. "You cannot escape your past. I will consume you." With a fierce cry, Clara and Lila pressed forward, channeling all their energy into a singular force. They envisioned their family, united and whole, drawing strength from the love they had nurtured. The shadows began to unravel, flickering like a dying flame. Clara felt the fear that had once gripped her heart start to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of empowerment. "We are not afraid of you anymore," she declared, her voice rising above the chaos. The figure shrieked, its form disintegrating into wisps of shadow, vanishing into the ether. The glade erupted in a brilliant burst of light, illuminating every corner and dispelling the darkness that had plagued them. As the shadows faded away, Clara and Lila stood together, breathing heavily, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The air was filled with a serene calmness, the weight of the past lifted from their shoulders. "We did it," Lila exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. "We faced the darkness and chose love." Clara couldn't help but smile, her heart swelling with pride. "But we couldn't have done it alone. It was our bond that gave us strength." As they embraced, the glade transformed around them. The vibrant colors returned, blooming flowers carpeting the ground, and the sun shining brightly overhead. Clara felt a renewed sense of hope, a promise of new beginnings. But even amidst the celebration, Clara sensed that their journey was not over. "There's still more to uncover," she said, her voice contemplative. "We need to ensure the darkness never returns." "Then let's continue forward," Lila replied, determination shining in her eyes. "We'll find a way to protect our family and the love we've rekindled." With that, they took their first steps into the next chapter of their journey, hand in hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As Clara and Lila moved deeper into the now vibrant glade, a sense of tranquility enveloped them, but it was accompanied by an underlying tension. Though they had vanquished the shadowy figure, the lingering memories of fear and despair still hovered in the back of their minds. "We've defeated it, but I can't shake the feeling that the darkness might return," Clara admitted, glancing around as if expecting shadows to creep back into view. Lila nodded, her expression serious. "We need to find a way to protect ourselves and our family. The darkness was born from our fears and regrets, and as long as those exist, there's always a chance it could return." As they walked, Clara's thoughts turned to their parents. She felt a surge of determination. "We should talk to them. They need to understand what we faced, and together, we can create a stronger bond to keep the darkness at bay." "Agreed," Lila said, her eyes lighting up with resolve. "Let's head back to the place where we first saw them in the memories. We can guide them on how to strengthen their love and support each other." The sisters made their way back through the glade, retracing their steps until they reached the edge where their parents stood, still basking in the afterglow of their rekindled love. Clara could see the joy in their eyes, but she also sensed the fragility beneath the surface. "Mom, Dad," Clara called, waving them over. "We need to talk." Their parents approached with a mix of excitement and curiosity, their hands intertwined. "What's going on, girls?" their mother asked, her smile fading slightly at the seriousness in Clara's voice. Clara took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. "We've faced something dark, something that thrives on fear and regret. We need to work together to ensure it never returns." Their father furrowed his brow, concern creeping into his features. "What do you mean? What did you face?" Lila stepped in, her voice steady. "When we traveled through the glade, we encountered a shadow that represented everything that tried to tear us apart. It fed on our doubts and fears, but we realized that love is the key to overcoming it. We had to remember the strength of our bond," Clara added, looking at their parents earnestly. "And that's what we need to continue doing." Their mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You're right, Clara. We've let our struggles and fears overshadow the love we have for each other. But how do we move forward?" "We need to share our experiences and feelings," Lila suggested. "Open communication will strengthen our bond and allow us to face challenges together." Clara nodded in agreement. "And we need to create new memories, ones filled with joy and love that will remind us of our connection. Let's find activities that bring us together as a family." Their father placed a reassuring hand on Clara's shoulder. "We will do whatever it takes. We're a family, and we need to support each other through everything." Clara felt a sense of warmth fill her heart as she watched her parents reaffirm their commitment to each other. "Let's start by planning a family day, something we can all enjoy together." Their parents exchanged glances, the excitement in their eyes rekindled. "What do you have in mind?" their mother asked, a smile returning to her face. "How about a picnic in the park?" Lila suggested. "We can bring our favorite foods, play games, and enjoy each other's company." "Yes, and we can make it a tradition," Clara chimed in. "A day to celebrate our family and remind ourselves of our love." As they discussed the details, Clara felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. The shadows that had once loomed over her family began to fade, replaced by a renewed sense of hope and unity. But as the conversation continued, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that they needed to do more. "What if we also create a family mantra?" she proposed. "A phrase we can say together to remind us of our strength and love, especially in tough times." Lila's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "That's a great idea. Something simple and powerful that we can carry in our hearts." After a moment of brainstorming, they settled on a mantra. "In love, we are strong. Together, we will overcome." The words resonated deeply within Clara, echoing the strength they had found together. Their parents smiled, nodding in agreement. "We'll say it every day," their mother vowed, her eyes filled with determination. "And we'll share our thoughts and feelings openly. No more letting fear come between us." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara and Lila felt the weight of their earlier fears lift. They spent the rest of the day planning their family picnic, choosing dishes and activities that would bring joy and laughter. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Clara felt a sense of peace settle over her. The shadows that had once haunted them were being replaced with light, laughter, and love. Together, they returned to their home, ready to embrace the new chapter of their lives, filled with hope and resilience. Clara knew that while the darkness had been vanquished, it was their commitment to love and connection that would keep it at bay. The day of the family picnic arrived, bright and clear, as if the universe was celebrating their newfound unity. Clara awoke with a sense of excitement bubbling within her. She could hear her parents moving about in the kitchen, laughter and chatter filling the air. Lila joined her in the living room, a radiant smile on her face. "Today's the day," Lila exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I can't wait to see everyone together." Clara nodded enthusiastically. "Let's make it a day to remember. We've overcome so much, and now we get to celebrate our family." After a flurry of preparation, the family loaded up the car with blankets, baskets of homemade food, and games that promised laughter and joy. Clara felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as they set off to the park, knowing that this day was about more than just a picnic. It was a testament to their resilience. Upon arriving, they found a beautiful spot beneath a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide to provide shade. The park was alive with the sounds of families enjoying their day, children laughing, the scent of grilled food wafting through the air. Clara felt a warmth envelop her as she surveyed the scene, her heart full of hope. As they spread out the blanket and unpacked the food, Clara couldn't help but feel a sense of normalcy returning to their lives. They settled in, sharing their favorite dishes and reminiscing about happy memories that had brought them together. "Remember the time we went camping and Dad tried to start a fire?" Lila teased, laughter bubbling up among them. "Hey, that was a team effort," their father replied, feigning indignation. "Besides, we still roasted those marshmallows in the end." Their mother chuckled, shaking her head. "You boys always had your mishaps, but that's what made it fun, right?" As the laughter flowed, Clara felt a warmth radiate through her. They were not just eating. They were sharing love, stories, and moments that strengthened their bond. After the meal, they played games, running, laughing, and creating memories that would linger long after the day was over. Eventually, they settled down under the oak tree, the sun dipping lower in the sky. Clara looked around at her family, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. They had faced darkness and emerged stronger, united in love. "Let's say our mantra," Clara suggested, her voice soft but filled with conviction. "Together?" Lila asked, glancing at their parents. "Together," Clara affirmed. They joined hands, forming a circle. "In love, we are strong. Together, we will overcome," they recited in unison, their voices echoing with determination. Clara felt the energy of their words resonate deep within her, reinforcing the bond they had forged. As they released each other's hands, Clara turned to her family, a smile illuminating her face. "I'm so grateful for all of you. I never want to lose this feeling, this connection." Her mother squeezed her shoulder gently. "We won't, Clara. We've learned to cherish our love and support one another, no matter what." As the sun set, casting golden rays through the branches of the oak tree, Clara felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. They were a family, bound by love, ready to face whatever life might throw at them. The darkness they had once battled seemed like a distant memory, overshadowed by the light of their newfound unity. "Let's make this a tradition," Lila said, her voice filled with excitement. "A family picnic every year to celebrate our love." "Absolutely," their father agreed, grinning from ear to ear. "And I promise, I'll master the fire-making next time." They all erupted in laughter, the sound echoing through the park as twilight approached. Clara looked up at the stars beginning to twinkle overhead, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the journey they had taken together. No matter what challenges lay ahead, Clara knew they would face them as a family, united and resilient, ready to create new memories filled with love, laughter, and light. As they packed up to head home, Clara glanced back at the spot where they had shared their day, a smile tugging at her lips. The darkness might have tried to consume them, but love had triumphed. And with that, Clara stepped forward, hand in hand with her sister and parents, ready to embrace whatever the future held. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The night enveloped the old cemetery like a heavy, somber cloak. The gravestones, covered in moss and lichen, seemed to whisper ancient secrets as the full moon bathed the scene in a silver glow, creating an atmosphere of mystery and reverence. Amidst this haze, Lyra Hawthorne, a young anthropologist, walked with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. She had heard tales about the cemetery, famous for being a place where time seemed to stand still and where the echoes of the past resonated in the shadows. Lyra's story was deeply intertwined with her quest for answers about her ancestry. Since childhood, she had been drawn to forgotten places and untold stories, but nothing had prepared her for the unease that now enveloped her. The gentle breeze seemed to whisper her name, inviting her to uncover what lay hidden within. As she walked, Lyra noticed a gravestone that stood out among the rest. Adorned with strange, worn symbols, it seemed to glimmer peculiarly under the moonlight. The name etched upon it, Evangeline Lockhart, felt oddly familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had encountered it. A chill crept down her spine, but Lyra did not back away. With a slight tremor in her voice, she murmured, "Who were you, Evangeline?" The echo of her question seemed to reverberate among the tombstones, but there was no reply. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Something within her urged her to continue, to discover what lay beneath the surface of time. And so, with a growing determination, Lyra took a step closer to the grave of Evangeline Lockhart, feeling as though the past was reaching out, beckoning her to unravel its mysteries. Little did she know that her journey into the eerie depths of the old cemetery would lead her to revelations that would forever change her understanding of life and death. As dawn approached, the eerie atmosphere of the cemetery shifted, the veil of night slowly lifting to reveal the outlines of the weathered gravestones. Lyra returned to the cemetery the following day, her mind consumed by the mysterious Evangeline Lockhart. With a notebook in hand, she began her exploration, intent on uncovering the history that lay buried beneath the earth. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the cemetery held its breath in anticipation. As Lyra moved through the rows of tombstones, she noticed small details that had eluded her before. A cracked statue of an angel, its features obscured by age, seemed to gaze at her with pleading eyes. Vines crawled over the base, their tendrils twisting like fingers reaching for something lost. Each step echoed with a sense of foreboding, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. While jotting down notes, Lyra felt a sudden chill, as if she were being watched. She glanced around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, only the shadows of trees swaying in the gentle breeze. Dismissing the feeling, she refocused on her research. Yet, she couldn't shake the sense of being drawn deeper into the cemetery's secrets. She approached a nearby stone bench and sat down, pulling out her laptop. As she began to type, she couldn't help but feel an odd energy in the air, a palpable connection to the stories that lingered in this forgotten place. The cemetery held more than just the names etched on stone. It was alive with history, and Lyra felt it whispering to her. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a weathered gravestone nearby. The name, Alaric Thorne, caught her attention. There was something striking about the name. It echoed a familiarity that sent a shiver down her spine. She stood up and approached it, noting the dates inscribed, an impossibly short lifespan, and a haunting epitaph that read, "Forever entangled in the shadows." As she knelt to examine the stone, Lyra noticed a small, faded photograph tucked beneath the grave's edge. It depicted a woman with striking features, eerily similar to the engravings on the gravestone. Lyra's heart raced as she picked it up, feeling the weight of the moment. Who was this woman? What was her connection to Evangeline and Alaric? With each new discovery, the air grew heavier, thickening with an unspoken tension. Lyra felt an irresistible pull to learn more, a compulsion that urged her to dig deeper into the past. As she looked around, the once familiar cemetery began to feel like a labyrinth, with secrets lurking in every corner, waiting to be uncovered. Determined to unlock the mysteries surrounding Evangeline and Alaric, Lyra decided to visit the local library to research their histories further. With a sense of urgency, she made her way out of the cemetery, unaware that she was already entangled in a web of stories far more complex than she had ever imagined. The library stood majestically at the town's center, a relic of a bygone era, with its towering columns and intricately carved woodwork. As Lyra entered, the musty scent of old books enveloped her, a comforting yet foreboding reminder of the knowledge contained within those walls. She made her way to the research section, her mind racing with questions about Evangeline Lockhart and Alaric Thorne. Lyra settled at a sturdy wooden table, spreading out her notes and the faded photograph she had found. The photograph seemed to pulse with significance, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she began her search. She scoured local history books, newspaper archives, and genealogical records, determined to piece together the puzzle that had captivated her. Hours slipped by as Lyra immersed herself in the past. Finally, she stumbled upon a faded newspaper article dated back to the late 1800s. It spoke of a tragic love story between Evangeline Lockhart and Alaric Thorne, highlighting their passionate romance that was cut short by an untimely death. The article mentioned that Evangeline had mysteriously vanished one stormy night, leaving Alaric heartbroken and consumed by grief. As Lyra read the article, a chill ran through her. The last line struck her with a sense of foreboding. Some say Evangeline's spirit roams the cemetery, searching for the love she lost. The words lingered in her mind, igniting a fierce curiosity about what really happened that night. Determined to uncover more, Lyra delved deeper into the archives. She uncovered letters exchanged between Evangeline and Alaric, filled with longing and hope, but also hints of a growing darkness that threatened their love. One letter mentioned a family secret, something Alaric was desperate to protect. Lyra's heart raced at the thought of what this secret might be. Could it be the key to understanding their tragic fate? Suddenly, a shadow passed by her table, and Lyra looked up to find an elderly librarian, Mr. Finian, peering down at her with a curious expression. "You seem deeply engrossed in those old tales," he remarked, his voice a raspy whisper. Lyra nodded, eager to share her discoveries. "I'm researching Evangeline Lockhart and Alaric Thorne. Do you know anything about them?" Mr. Finian's eyes darkened, and he leaned closer, lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard. The Lockhart tragedy. It's a tale that still haunts this town. People have forgotten much, but some secrets refuse to die." His words sent a thrill through Lyra. "What do you mean? What happened to Evangeline?" Many believe she was taken by the darkness that lurked in those woods behind the cemetery. Alaric was driven mad with grief, searching for her until his last breath. It's said that he left behind a journal, one that holds the key to their fate, but it's never been found. Mr. Finian's voice trailed off, and Lyra felt a surge of determination. "Do you know where I might find this journal?" she asked, her excitement palpable. Mr. Finian hesitated, his eyes darting to the window, as if the very mention of the journal had summoned unseen forces. "They say it's hidden in the old chapel at the edge of the woods. But be warned, those woods have a mind of their own. Many have entered and never returned." Lyra felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. This was the lead she had been waiting for, the thread that could unravel the entire mystery. But as the sun began to set, casting eerie shadows in the library, doubt crept into her mind. What lay in those woods? Determined not to be deterred, Lyra thanked Mr. Finian and left the library, her mind racing with thoughts of Evangeline and Alaric. She could feel the weight of their unfinished story pressing down on her. As she made her way back to the cemetery, she knew that her next step would lead her deeper into the heart of darkness, with a line between the past and present blurred in ways she could never have imagined. As Lyra made her way back to the old cemetery, the sky shifted to a somber gray, heavy clouds rolling in like an omen. The air grew dense with an unnatural stillness, and a sense of foreboding weighed on her shoulders. Each step felt heavier, as if the ground itself was resisting her approach. She couldn't shake the stories Mr. Finian had told her, nor the unsettling feeling that she was being watched. Upon reaching the cemetery, Lyra hesitated at the entrance, glancing over her shoulder at the dense woods beyond. Shadows danced between the trees, teasing her with whispers of secrets hidden deep within. The old chapel, she reminded herself, was somewhere in that darkness, possibly holding the answers she desperately sought. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped through the iron gates. The familiar scent of damp earth mixed with the faint fragrance of wildflowers greeted her, momentarily easing her unease. She headed straight for Evangeline's grave, feeling an inexplicable connection to the young woman whose life had been so tragically cut short. As she knelt before the gravestone, Lyra felt a rush of energy, as though Evangeline's spirit was somehow guiding her. "I'm here to help you find peace," she whispered, placing the photograph beside the flowers she had brought. "But I need your strength to uncover the truth." Suddenly, a rustling noise startled her. Lyra turned to see a figure stepping cautiously through the graveyard. A tall man with dark hair and an intense gaze. It was Kieran Graves, the local historian she had encountered briefly at the library. "I had a feeling I might find you here," he said, his voice low and steady, but there was an edge to it that sent a shiver down her spine. "What are you doing here?" Lyra asked, a mix of suspicion and relief flooding through her. Kieran had a reputation for knowing the town's history intimately, and she needed allies in her quest. "I've heard whispers about your search for Evangeline and Alaric," he replied, stepping closer. "The past has a way of revealing itself to those willing to listen. But be warned, Lyra, there are forces at play here that are beyond our understanding." "Do you know about the journal?" she pressed, her heart racing. Kieran nodded, his expression grave. "It is said to be hidden in the old chapel, but many who seek it have been met with misfortune. The woods are unpredictable. They conceal more than just secrets. They have their own will." Lyra's resolve hardened. "I have to find it. It's the only way to understand what happened to Evangeline." Kieran hesitated before replying. "Then you must be careful. The shadows of the past can ensnare you, drawing you into a web of despair. The chapel holds not just the journal, but remnants of the darkness that claimed Evangeline." The ominous warning hung in the air between them, but Lyra's determination overshadowed her fear. She had come too far to turn back now. "Will you help me?" she asked, her voice firm. "I'll guide you, but I cannot protect you from what you might find," Kieran replied, his gaze piercing as if assessing her strength. "Meet me at the edge of the woods at dusk. We'll venture to the chapel together." As Kieran turned to leave, Lyra felt a mix of gratitude and apprehension. She was venturing into a realm where reality and myth blurred, where every step could lead her closer to the truth or deeper into danger. As twilight fell, Lyra stood at the edge of the woods, the trees looming like sentinels against the fading light. The chill in the air intensified, wrapping around her like a shroud. She spotted Kieran emerging from the shadows, his expression serious and resolute. Together, they stepped into the darkness, the path winding before them like a serpent. With each step, the atmosphere shifted, and the trees seemed to close in around them. The deeper they ventured, the more Lyra felt the weight of the past pressing down on her, a palpable energy that crackled in the air. Whispers danced on the wind, mingling with the rustle of leaves, as if the spirits of the forest were warning them to turn back. As they approached the old chapel, its silhouette emerged from the gloom, shrouded in vines and shadows. The air grew thick with tension, and Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. The story she had heard echoed in her mind. The chapel was a place of sorrow, where love had been lost and darkness had taken root. Steeling herself, Lyra stepped toward the entrance, feeling an invisible force pulling her in. Kieran's hand brushed her arm gently, a silent reminder of the danger that lay ahead. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. With a deep breath, Lyra nodded, her resolve unwavering. She pushed open the creaking door, the sound reverberating in the silence as they crossed the threshold into the unknown, where the past awaited them. As Lyra and Kieran stepped into the old chapel, the air inside was thick with dust and the scent of decaying wood. Moonlight filtered through broken, stained glass windows, casting fragmented patterns of color across the floor, illuminating the remnants of a once sacred space. Time had not been kind to the chapel. The walls bore scars of neglect, but Lyra felt an inexplicable connection to this place, as if the very stones were eager to share their secrets. "Stay close," Kieran cautioned, his voice low. There's a palpable energy here. Be mindful of it. Lyra nodded, her heart racing with anticipation. She had come too far to turn back now. They moved cautiously through the chapel, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Dust motes danced in the air, and for a moment, Lyra felt as if she could almost hear the echoes of prayers once whispered in this hallowed ground. As they ventured deeper, they discovered an alcove shrouded in shadows. Lyra felt a pull toward it, as if it were beckoning her closer. Kieran hesitated, but followed her lead, intrigued by the aura surrounding the alcove. Lyra's breath caught as she peered inside. Nestled within were remnants of an altar, adorned with faded relics that spoke of love and loss. At the center stood a wooden box, intricately carved and adorned with symbols similar to those on Evangeline's gravestone. This must be it, she breathed, reaching for the box. Wait, Kieran warned, stepping forward. We don't know what might happen if we disturb it. Ignoring his caution, Lyra opened the box. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages yellowed with age. The moment she touched it, a jolt of energy coursed through her, as if the journal was alive with the emotions of its author. Lyra could feel the weight of history pressing down on her as she pulled it free. With trembling hands, she began to read the first entry aloud. October 12th, 1892. My dearest Evangeline, the shadows grow longer each day, and whispers in the night speak of a darkness that seeks to claim us. I fear for our love, for the bond we share is both a blessing and a curse. I must protect you from the secrets that lurk in my past. Lyra's voice wavered as she read. The entry revealed Alaric's deep love for Evangeline, but it also hinted at something sinister lurking just beyond their reach. She flipped through the pages, each filled with heartfelt letters, sketches, and cryptic warnings. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the chapel, extinguishing the light from the stained glass. Lyra gasped, clutching the journal tighter. Kieran's expression turned grave as he scanned the room, sensing the change in atmosphere. We should go, he urged, but Lyra was captivated by a passage that caught her eye. November 3rd, 1892. Evangeline, I fear for your safety. I have learned of a family secret that could tear us apart. The shadows are not merely illusions. They hold the key to our fate. I must find a way to protect you from what lies ahead. Lyra's heart raced. This family secret could explain Evangeline's disappearance, but it also raised new questions. What was this secret, and how did it connect to the darkness that Kieran had warned her about? Determined to find answers, Lyra turned to Kieran. We can't leave yet. We need to know what Alaric was trying to protect Evangeline from. As if in response, the air grew heavy again, and an ominous whisper seemed to echo around them. Lyra felt a sudden chill run down her spine. We're not alone, she whispered, her voice trembling. Kieran's eyes widened in alarm. We should have left while we could. The chapel holds more than just memories. It holds remnants of their anguish. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the chapel walls seemed to close in. Lyra's instincts kicked in, and she frantically searched for a way out. The exit, she yelled, darting toward the door, but it slammed shut with a deafening bang just as they reached it. Alaric, Lyra called out, half in desperation and half in hope that the spirit of the tragic lover might somehow hear her. The air shimmered, and for a moment, she felt a presence behind her, a warmth that enveloped her like a protective shield. Kieran, now beside her, grasped her arm tightly. What do you think you're doing? We have to get out. But Lyra was undeterred. We have to understand this. We need to face whatever is holding us here. The shadows deepened, and the whispers grew louder, merging into a cacophony of voices. It was as if the chapel was alive with the anguish of the past, and Lyra could feel the emotions, love, betrayal, fear, swirling around them. With renewed determination, Lyra turned back to the altar, sensing that the answers lay within the journal. She opened it once more, flipping through pages that fluttered wildly, as if drawn to her. One page stood out, marked with a drawing of a key, encircled by intricate symbols. Below it was a cryptic note. Find the heart of the shadows, where truth awaits. What does that mean? Kieran asked, panic rising in his voice. Lyra's mind raced. The heart of the shadows. It has to be referring to the woods, the place where Evangeline vanished. We have to go back. As the whispers crescendoed, the door shuddered violently. Lyra steeled herself, determination flooding her veins. We need to face this together. With a resolute nod, Kieran agreed, and together they pushed against the door. The shadows writhed around them, but Lyra felt an inexplicable strength building within her. With one final heave, the door burst open, releasing them into the cool night air. They stumbled into the open, gasping for breath, but the sense of urgency propelled them forward. The woods, Lyra whispered, her eyes glinting with fierce determination. We're close to the truth, Kieran. We must go there now. As they plunged into the forest, the darkness surrounded them, the shadows whispering their secrets. But Lyra was no longer afraid. She had come too far to turn back. The heart of the shadows awaited, and she was ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The woods loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, a labyrinth of ancient trees and twisted roots. The air was thick with humidity, and a palpable tension clung to every branch and leaf, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting. Lyra and Kieran plunged into the depths of the trees, the sounds of the night swallowing them whole. The path was barely visible, and Lyra found herself straining to hear any hint of the secrets hidden within the woods. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig seemed to echo ominously, amplifying her trepidation. We need to find the heart of the shadows, Lyra whispered, her voice tinged with urgency. But where do we start? Kieran led the way, glancing back occasionally, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. We should look for signs, anything that might lead us deeper into the forest. Alaric's journal mentioned a place where the darkness converges. As they ventured deeper, Lyra felt a strange sensation wash over her, a flicker of energy, like static electricity prickling her skin. She paused, glancing at Kieran, who seemed equally affected. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Kieran replied, scanning the area. "It's like the air is charged with something. We must be close." The further they walked, the more the forest transformed. The trees grew closer together, their gnarled branches intertwining like skeletal fingers. Shadows twisted and danced around them, and Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. It was as if the woods were alive, holding their breath, waiting for them to uncover the truth. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a clearing. Moonlight bathed the area in an ethereal glow, illuminating a small stone altar at its center, overgrown with vines and moss. Lyra's heart raced. This must be it, the heart of the shadows. As they approached, the air around them thickened, charged with an energy that was both unsettling and alluring. The altar was adorned with symbols similar to those in Alaric's journal, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the rough stone. A surge of warmth shot through her, sending shivers down her spine. "What is this place?" Kieran asked, stepping closer to the altar. "It feels like a conduit for their energy," Lyra replied, captivated. "It's as if Evangeline and Alaric are still connected to this place, trapped in a cycle of their own making." As she examined the altar, she noticed a hollow space in the center, just large enough to hold a small object. "There must be something we need to place here," she murmured. Kieran looked around, his eyes narrowing. "The journal. We need to see if there's a specific passage about this altar." Lyra fumbled through the journal, flipping frantically until she found a page filled with sketches of the altar and a note scrawled beneath. "To unlock the truth, you must offer a piece of the past, an echo of the heart." "What does that mean?" Kieran asked, perplexed. "It could mean a personal item, something that holds significance," Lyra pondered aloud, glancing at her surroundings. Suddenly, she remembered the photograph of Evangeline she had brought from the cemetery. "It has to be this." Without hesitation, she retrieved the photograph and approached the altar. As she placed it in the hollow, the ground beneath them trembled, and the air crackled with electricity. The symbols on the altar glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows that danced around them. "Lyra, step back," Kieran shouted, pulling her away as the altar erupted in a burst of energy. The light intensified, and a whirlwind of wind spiraled around them, the woods vibrating with a primal force. Lyra shielded her eyes as the light consumed the clearing. "What's happening?" she shouted over the roar of the wind. Suddenly, the wind died down, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. As the light faded, the altar revealed a shimmering projection, a glimpse into the past. Lyra and Kieran stood transfixed as they witnessed a scene unfold before them. Evangeline and Alaric appeared, ethereal figures entwined in a passionate embrace, laughter echoing through the clearing. But the joy was short-lived. Dark shadows loomed at the edges of the scene, creeping closer, tainting the light of their love. "No!" Lyra gasped, feeling the weight of their despair. She could see Alaric's face twist in fear as he realized the danger threatening to engulf them. The shadows whispered secrets of betrayal and heartache, drowning out their laughter. "What is this?" Kieran breathed, horrified. As the vision continued, Lyra noticed a dark figure lurking in the background, a silhouette that seemed to represent the very essence of the darkness Alaric had feared. It watched with malevolent intent, an embodiment of the forces that had conspired to tear them apart. The scene shifted, and Lyra's heart sank as she watched Evangeline's expression turn from joy to anguish. Alaric was pleading with her, desperation etched on his face. "You must go. I cannot let it take you," he cried, his voice cracking. With a shuddering gasp, Evangeline stepped back, tears streaming down her face. "But Alaric, I can't leave you. We are bound by love." In that moment, the shadows surged, engulfing Alaric as he fought to hold on to Evangeline. The scene spiraled into chaos, darkness swirling around them, swallowing their love and laughter. Lyra felt a pang of sorrow, as if she were experiencing their pain firsthand. She turned to Kieran, her voice trembling. "We need to help them. We have to find a way to break this cycle." Kieran nodded, determination igniting in his eyes. "But how?" "The darkness is stronger than we realized." As if in response to their plea, the altar glowed once more, and a new image materialized, a glimmer of light in the depths of the forest. "There," Lyra pointed. "That light. Maybe it holds the key to breaking the shadows' hold on them." With renewed purpose, Lyra and Kieran made their way toward the light, following its beckoning glow deeper into the woods. As they pressed forward, they could feel the darkness lurking behind them, a relentless force threatening to consume everything in its path. The whispers intensified, swirling around them like a tempest, but Lyra pushed onward, fueled by the hope of rescuing Evangeline and Alaric from their tragic fate. The heart of the shadows awaited, and they were determined to uncover the truth. The deeper Lyra and Kieran ventured into the woods, the more the air shimmered with tension. The faint light ahead flickered like a beacon, drawing them closer even as the shadows writhed around them, threatening to snuff out their hope. Lyra's heart raced. Each step felt heavier, weighed down by the knowledge of what lay ahead. As they approached the light, it revealed a small grove surrounded by ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled. In the center stood a stone well, its mouth dark and deep, emanating a soft glow that illuminated the surrounding area. The light pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat, resonating with Lyra's own. "Is this it?" Kieran asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The light that might help us break the shadow's hold." "I think so," Lyra replied, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anticipation. "It feels alive." She stepped closer to the well, peering into its depths. The glow seemed to dance at the bottom, beckoning her. "What if this is a portal?" she mused. "A way to connect with Evangeline and Alaric, to break the cycle of their pain." Kieran shifted uneasily. "But how do we do that? We don't even know what this well truly is." Lyra reached for the journal, flipping through its pages, her fingers brushing over the sketches of the well. "There has to be something in here," she murmured, scanning the entries for clues. Her eyes landed on a passage that made her heart skip a beat. "The well is a conduit between worlds, a place where memories and emotions converge. To access its power, one must confront the darkness within themselves and release their burdens." "What does that mean?" Kieran asked, frowning. "It means we have to face our own fears, Lyra replied, her voice steadying. Only then can we reach out to Evangeline and Alaric. But what if we can't? Kieran pressed, his brow furrowed in concern. Lyra took a deep breath, the weight of her resolve settling over her like a cloak. We have to try. Their love is still out there, trapped in a cycle of pain. If we can connect with them, maybe we can free them. Kieran hesitated, then nodded. Okay, let's do this together. They stood side by side, gazing into the well's depths. On the count of 3, Lyra said, her heart pounding. 1, 2, 3. Together, they leaned over the edge, their hands reaching out toward the glow. As they made contact with the shimmering light, a surge of energy enveloped them, and the world around them dissolved into shadows. Suddenly, they were transported into a vast expanse of swirling darkness. Lyra gasped as memories washed over her, fragments of Evangeline and Alaric's past flickering like shards of glass. She could see them laughing, dancing under the stars, their love radiant and pure. But with each joyful memory, shadows crept in, distorting the scene until their laughter was silenced by fear. Evangeline, Lyra cried, feeling the pull of the past. Alaric, as if responding to her call, the shadows shifted, revealing the two lovers, locked in a desperate embrace. Lyra felt a rush of emotion, an overwhelming desire to reach them, to help them escape the clutches of despair. Lyra, focus, Kieran urged, grasping her arm tightly. We need to show them the way out. The shadows twisted, attempting to pull them apart, but Lyra felt a connection to Evangeline and Alaric that transcended the darkness. You're not alone, she shouted, her voice ringing through the void. We're here to help you. Evangeline turned her gaze toward Lyra, her eyes filled with longing and sorrow. Who are you? She whispered, her voice barely audible over the din of despair. I'm Lyra, and this is Kieran, Lyra replied, her heart aching. We've come to help you. We want to free you from the shadows. Alaric stepped forward, his face a mask of anguish. But the darkness is powerful, he said, desperation lacing his words. It feeds on our pain, our fear. We cannot escape it. We can break this cycle. Kieran interjected, his voice strong. But you need to confront your own fears. Only then can you find the light again. Lyra stepped closer, her voice steady. You have to believe in your love, in the strength that brought you together. The darkness may be strong, but your bond is stronger. Don't let it consume you. As Lyra spoke, the shadows writhed and recoiled, reacting to the intensity of her words. Evangeline and Alaric exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. We've tried, Evangeline whispered, her voice trembling. But the shadows always return, always find a way to tear us apart. No, Lyra insisted, feeling the energy of the moment surge around her. This time is different. You are not just memories. You are alive in our hearts. Embrace that love, and the shadows will weaken. With newfound determination, Lyra reached out, her hands stretching toward Evangeline and Alaric. Take our hands. Let us help you find the light. In that moment, a blinding light erupted from within Lyra, illuminating the darkness. The shadows writhed, shrieking in anguish as they began to dissolve under the radiant glow. The love between Evangeline and Alaric responded to the light, pulling them closer, illuminating their path. Lyra could feel the weight of their pain lifting, the shadows receding as they stepped toward the light. We're almost there, Kieran urged, his grip tightening around Lyra's hand. With a final surge of energy, Evangeline and Alaric reached out, their fingers brushing against Lyra's. A wave of warmth washed over them, igniting the air with a brilliant glow that shattered the darkness. As the shadows dissolved, the scene transformed. They found themselves standing in a sunlit meadow, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Lyra felt a sense of peace enveloping them, and she turned to see Evangeline and Alaric standing together, free from the shadows that had held them captive for so long. Thank you, Evangeline breathed, her voice filled with gratitude. You freed us from our pain. Alaric stepped forward, his eyes shining with hope. We were lost, trapped in a cycle of despair, but your light has shown us the way. Lyra smiled, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. You're free now. Embrace your love and live without fear. The meadow shimmered with light, a symbol of their victory over the darkness. But as Lyra looked around, she felt a lingering presence, a shadow that still loomed at the edges of their reality. Wait, she said, her heart racing. What about the darkness? It can't just vanish like this. We need to confront it one last time. Kieran nodded, his expression serious. We can't let it come back. If we don't face it, it will only find another way to return. Evangeline and Alaric exchanged glances, determination sparking in their eyes. We'll face it together, Alaric declared. Our love is worth fighting for. With a renewed sense of purpose, they turned toward the shadows that still lingered at the edge of the meadow. We will confront you, Evangeline called out, her voice strong. You will not tear us apart again. As the shadows coalesced, forming a dark figure that loomed over them, Lyra felt the weight of their collective resolve. They stood together, united by love and the light they had found. Let's end this, Kieran said, stepping forward, ready to face the darkness. Lyra and the two lovers stood at his side, ready to confront whatever evil awaited them. The darkness writhed, twisting into a grotesque form, fueled by their fears and doubts. But they were not afraid. They had each other, and together, they would shine brighter than any shadow. The darkness coalesced into a grotesque figure, an embodiment of their fears and insecurities, twisting and writhing as it loomed over them. Its form was a chaotic swirl of shadows, eyes flickering with malevolence, a sinister grin stretching across a featureless face. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine, but she stood firm, heart pounding in her chest. Together, Kieran shouted, rallying the group. We must stand united against it. Evangeline grasped Alaric's hand tightly, her eyes blazing with determination. Our love is our strength, she declared, stepping forward. You will not break us. The figure shifted, its laughter echoing through the meadow, a sound that sent shivers through Lyra. You think love can shield you from the darkness? It taunted, its voice a low, mocking whisper. You are nothing but echoes of the past, destined to repeat your failures. No, Lyra countered, stepping beside Evangeline and Alaric. We are not here to fail. We've faced our fears and embraced the light. You can't control us any longer. The darkness recoiled slightly, momentarily taken aback by their conviction. The light that surrounded them pulsed, fueled by their determination. With every heartbeat, it grew brighter, illuminating the shadows that sought to consume them. Feel the fear, the figure screeched, extending its arms wide. The shadows surged forward, lashing out at them like tendrils of smoke. Lyra felt the rush of darkness closing in, but she pushed back, drawing strength from the love and unity surrounding her. Remember why we're here, Kieran shouted, raising his voice above the chaos. We're fighting for each other. We're fighting for love. Evangeline closed her eyes, her voice steady and clear. We are not alone. Our love transcends time and darkness. As she spoke, a brilliant light erupted from her heart, merging with Alaric's, creating a dazzling beacon that pierced through the shadows. The darkness shrieked, retreating from the radiance, but it quickly regrouped, clawing at the edges of their light. Lyra felt the pull of doubt creeping in, the shadows whispering the darkest corners of her mind. What if we're not strong enough? She thought, but she silenced the voice. I am strong. We are strong. Drawing upon her inner strength, she reached out to the others. We must channel our love. Let it guide us. With a collective breath, they closed their eyes, focusing on the love that had brought them together. Memories flooded Lyra's mind. The laughter, the warmth, the moments of connection that had forged their bonds. Each cherished memory ignited a fire within her, illuminating the darkness around them. Together, Kieran shouted, and they opened their eyes, directing their combined energy toward the dark figure. Enough! The darkness roared, twisting violently as it recoiled from the light. You cannot defeat me. I am the embodiment of your fears. No, Lyra countered, her voice strong and unwavering. You are nothing compared to the strength of our love. You thrive on despair, but we choose hope." As they focused their energy, the meadow erupted with light, the radiance intensifying until it became blinding. The shadows shrieked, flailing against the onslaught of brightness that surged forth, pushing back the darkness inch by inch. "Keep pushing," Kieran urged, his voice a rallying cry. "We're almost there." The figure writhed, its form flickering as if struggling to maintain its shape. "You think this is over?" It screeched, its voice distorted with rage. "I will return." But Lyra felt the shift within her, the assurance that they were breaking free from the cycle of despair. "No more," she cried, channeling every ounce of love and strength she possessed. "You will not return. We are free." With a final surge of energy, they released their light, unleashing a wave of brilliance that engulfed the darkness entirely. The shadows screamed in agony, dissipating into nothingness as the light consumed them. Lyra watched in awe as the figure shattered, dissolving into the air like smoke. As the last remnants of darkness vanished, a profound silence enveloped the meadow. Lyra and the others stood breathless, the weight of their victory settling over them like a warm embrace. "We did it," Alaric breathed, tears glistening in his eyes. "We broke the cycle." Evangeline stepped closer, her expression a mix of disbelief and joy. "We are free," she whispered, wrapping her arms around Alaric. Lyra and Kieran exchanged glances, relief washing over them. But as they reveled in their victory, a distant rumble echoed through the air, pulling them from their moment of triumph. "What was that?" Kieran asked, his brow furrowing. Before Lyra could respond, the ground beneath them trembled, and the light around them flickered. "The well," she gasped, recalling the ancient structure they had found. "It's destabilizing. We need to get back," Kieran urged, his voice urgent. "If we don't, we might be trapped here." As they turned to flee, the meadow began to dissolve, the vibrant colors fading into a swirling void. Lyra felt a rush of panic, but she remembered the strength they had found in each other. "We can make it, together." With a burst of adrenaline, they sprinted toward the source of the light, navigating through the shifting landscape. The shadows were gone, but the remnants of their power lingered, creating a swirling chaos that threatened to swallow them whole. Lyra's heart raced as she felt the ground shift beneath her feet. "Keep going," she shouted, determination surging within her. "We're almost there." As they reached the edge of the meadow, the well came into view, its glow pulsing with urgency. "We need to jump," Kieran called out, urgency lacing his voice. "On three," Lyra shouted, gripping Evangeline's and Alaric's hands tightly. 1, 2, 3. They leaped into the well, the light enveloping them as they plunged into its depths. The sensation of falling quickly transformed into a rush of warmth, wrapping around them like a cocoon. As they spiraled through the air, Lyra felt a surge of hope and love lifting her higher, guiding them toward the surface. With one final burst of energy, they emerged from the well, landing softly on the ground outside the forest. Panting and breathless, they looked around, relief flooding through them as they realized they were safe. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the cemetery. The shadows that once haunted them were gone, and in their place, a sense of peace settled over the air. "We did it," Lyra breathed, tears of relief streaming down her cheeks. "We're free." As they stood together, embracing their victory, Lyra felt the warmth of their love enveloping her, a bond that would transcend time and darkness. But in the back of her mind, a question lingered. What now? The moonlight bathed the cemetery in a soft glow, casting long shadows that danced beneath the ancient gravestones. Lyra, Kieran, Evangeline, and Alaric stood in a circle, still catching their breath after their harrowing journey. The victory over the darkness was exhilarating, but a new wave of uncertainty washed over them. "What happens now?" Kieran asked, his voice breaking the heavy silence. "We've freed them from the shadows, but are they truly free?" Evangeline glanced at Alaric, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "What if the darkness returns? What if it was only a temporary reprieve?" "We'll deal with it when it comes," Alaric replied, his expression resolute. We've faced it once. We can face it again. But there's more to this, Lyra interjected, recalling the journal's entries about the cemetery. This place holds the echoes of the past. If we've truly broken the cycle, there might be remnants of the darkness left behind, lingering in the shadows. Kieran frowned. What do you mean? Lyra's heart raced as she recalled the stories of the cemetery. The lost souls trapped between worlds, their pain reverberating through time. We need to ensure that the echoes of those who suffered here are laid to rest. Only then can we be sure that darkness won't return. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, feeling the weight of the moment. She closed her eyes, focusing on the energy around her. Let's honor those who've been lost, she said softly. Let's give them the peace they deserve. Alaric and Evangeline nodded, their hands clasped tightly as they joined Lyra's side. Kieran stood opposite them, determination etched on his face. Together, Lyra began, her voice steady. We will create a circle of light and remembrance. We'll connect with the spirits that linger here and guide them toward the peace they seek. They formed a circle, their hands intertwined, creating a bond that radiated warmth and love. Lyra focused on the cemetery, visualizing the souls trapped within its confines. Their pain, their sorrow, their longing for release. Spirits of this place, Lyra called out, her voice strong and clear. We honor you, and we remember your suffering. You are not alone. We are here to help you find peace. As her words hung in the air, a gentle breeze swept through the cemetery, rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. The atmosphere shifted, charged with a palpable energy. Lyra felt a presence stirring, the echoes of lost souls awakening to her call. Come to us, Kieran urged, his voice unwavering. You are free to leave the shadows. Embrace the light that awaits you. The air thickened, and Lyra sensed a gathering of spirits around them, their whispers barely audible, like a distant melody. She closed her eyes, letting the energy flow through her, guiding her to the depths of their anguish. Let go of your pain, she continued, feeling the warmth of love enveloping them. You are not bound by the past. You are worthy of peace, of love. Take our hands, and let us guide you to the light. As she spoke, the shadows in the cemetery began to shimmer and swirl, forming ethereal figures that floated before them. Lyra felt a rush of emotions wash over her. Fear, sadness, longing, all intertwined with a desperate hope for release. Evangeline stepped forward, her voice gentle and soothing. You are not forgotten. Your stories live on in our hearts. We honor you, and we stand with you. The spirits hesitated, their forms flickering as they processed the warmth and compassion radiating from the living. Lyra felt their uncertainty, their fear of stepping into the unknown. She took a deep breath, channeling all her love into the moment. Trust us, she implored, her voice unwavering. We will not let you fall into darkness again. You are free to embrace the light. Let us guide you home. As if in response, the spirits began to move closer, their forms coalescing into a swirling mass of shimmering light. The cemetery felt alive, charged with energy as the echoes of the past gathered around them. Release your burdens, Kieran encouraged, his voice resonating with conviction. Let go of the pain that binds you. Together, we can find peace. With every word, the light grew brighter, enveloping the spirits in a warm embrace. Lyra felt the connection deepening, a bond forged in love and remembrance. The shadows that once held them captive began to dissolve, replaced by the luminous glow of hope. As the spirits drew nearer, Lyra felt the weight of their stories, each one a testament to love, loss, and resilience. She could sense their gratitude, their yearning for release. Together, we will find our way, Lyra said, her heart swelling with compassion. You are not alone in this journey. The shimmering mass began to break apart, each spirit forming its own path toward the light. Lyra watched in awe as they floated upward, their forms transforming into radiant beams of energy, weaving through the night sky like shooting stars. Thank you, a voice whispered, echoing through the air. Lyra recognized it as Evangeline's, filled with love and gratitude. As the last of the spirits ascended into the heavens, the atmosphere shifted, the weight of sorrow lifting from the cemetery. A profound silence enveloped them, a peaceful stillness that spoke of healing and resolution. Lyra opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned to Kieran, Evangeline, and Alaric. "We did it," she breathed, overwhelmed with emotion. "We helped them find peace." Evangeline nodded, her eyes shining. "Thank you for guiding us. We are forever grateful." But as they stood together in the stillness, a distant rumble echoed through the night, pulling Lyra's attention back to the shadows that lingered at the edge of the cemetery. The darkness had been vanquished, but its remnants still stirred, restless and unyielding. "We must be vigilant," Lyra said, a sense of urgency creeping back in her voice. "The echoes of the past may be silenced for now, but we need to ensure that the darkness is truly gone." Kieran nodded, his expression resolute. "We'll watch over this place. Together, we can keep the shadows at bay." As they began to walk away from the cemetery, the air shimmered with hope, but a lingering feeling of unease settled in Lyra's chest. They had achieved so much, but she couldn't shake the sense that the darkness would not be so easily defeated. "Let's go home," Lyra said softly, glancing back at the cemetery one last time. "We've done all we can for now." The four of them turned away from the cemetery, their hearts filled with a mixture of hope and determination. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but the journey was far from over. The sun began to rise on the horizon, casting golden rays that pierced through the remnants of night. Lyra, Kieran, Evangeline, and Alaric walked together along the forest path, their hearts heavy with the weight of their experiences, but buoyed by the sense of accomplishment that lingered in the air. "Do you feel that?" Alaric asked, glancing up at the sky as they emerged from the trees. "The world feels different." "It does," Lyra agreed, her gaze fixed on the vibrant colors of dawn painting the sky. "The darkness may be gone for now, but there's a new energy here. It feels lighter, as if the air itself has been cleansed." Evangeline smiled, her eyes sparkling with hope. "We've given them peace. Maybe now we can start to heal ourselves." Kieran walked beside Lyra, his expression contemplative. "But we can't let our guard down. The shadows may retreat, but they'll always be lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness." Lyra nodded, feeling the weight of his words. "You're right. We've seen the power of love and unity, but we also need to remember the lessons of the past. We can't forget what we've faced." As they reached the edge of the forest, they paused to look back at the cemetery, now bathed in the soft light of morning. The gravestones stood as silent sentinels, honoring the lives that had come before. Lyra felt a pang of sadness for the souls they had released, but also a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you for being here with me," Lyra said, turning to her friends. "I couldn't have done this without you." Kieran smiled, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We're in this together, Lyra. Always." Evangeline stepped forward, her eyes shining with determination. "Let's promise to keep this bond strong. We've faced the darkness, and we'll continue to protect each other from whatever comes next." "I promise," Alaric said, his voice steady. "We'll face it all together." As they stood united, a feeling of warmth enveloped them. It was a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. The strength of their friendship and the love they shared would guide them through any challenges that lay ahead. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves caught their attention. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, a tall man cloaked in a long, dark coat. Lyra felt her heart race as she recognized him. It was the mysterious guardian from her visions, the one who had guided her through the depths of despair. "Who are you?" Kieran demanded, stepping protectively in front of Lyra. The guardian held up his hands, a calm smile on his face. "I mean you no harm. I've come to offer my guidance, to help you understand the power you now hold." Lyra stepped forward, curiosity mingling with caution. "You were there in the shadows. You watched us confront the darkness." "Yes," the guardian replied, his voice steady and soothing. "I am a protector of this realm, a keeper of the balance between light and shadow. Your victory has not gone unnoticed. You've shown great courage and strength, and for that, I am grateful. What do you want from us? Alaric asked, suspicion coloring his tone. Not what I want, the Guardian said, his eyes piercing into their souls. What I offer is a chance for understanding. The darkness you faced is a part of this world, a necessary element that maintains the balance. It is not gone forever. It will return in some form. But you have the power to protect this place, to keep the shadows at bay. Lyra felt a sense of unease wash over her. What do you mean? How can we protect it? The light you've created, the bond you share, is your greatest weapon. Nurture it, and it will grow stronger. When the darkness returns, you will be prepared. But be aware, the shadows are clever. They will seek to exploit any weakness. We won't let that happen, Kieran vowed, his voice unwavering. We've faced it once. We can face it again. Indeed, the Guardian replied, his tone approving. But remember, the shadows can take many forms. They can manipulate fear, doubt, and even the love you hold dear. Always be vigilant. Lyra absorbed his words, feeling the weight of responsibility settle over her. How do we stay connected? She asked. How do we ensure we're ready? Trust in one another, the Guardian replied. Your connection is your strength. Share your fears, your hopes, and your dreams. The bond you've forged will protect you. With that, the Guardian stepped back into the shadows, his form dissolving into the morning mist. Lyra felt a mix of emotions wash over her. Fear, hope, and determination intertwining as she turned to her friends. Did you hear that? Lyra said, her voice steady. We can't take our bond for granted. We need to be there for each other, no matter what. Alaric nodded, determination etched on his face. We've come too far to let anything break us apart. We'll keep each other safe. As they walked away from the cemetery, a sense of purpose filled the air. The dawn had broken, illuminating their path ahead. Lyra felt lighter, a sense of clarity enveloping her. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but their journey was far from over. The world ahead was filled with uncertainties, but with their hearts united, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They would protect the light they had forged and honor the echoes of the past. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, casting its golden rays over the landscape, Lyra knew that together, they could overcome anything. The shadows may linger, but so would their love, a beacon of hope guiding them through the darkness. Let's go home, Lyra said softly, a smile breaking through the heaviness of the moment. With renewed strength and a bond that could withstand any trial, they moved forward into the light, ready to embrace the dawn of a new chapter. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.